Good morning, everyone. I think we're missing Chuck, but we should go ahead and get started. Hopefully he'll join us shortly. My name again is Greg Bourne with the UC Davis Collaboration Center. Let's begin with introductions with the committee and then DTSC and our guests. So David, let's start with you and go around.
David Asti, Southern California Edison, representing the large quantity hazardous waste generators.
Nick Lapis with Californians Against Waste.
Dele Bucetani, University of California, Irvine.
Dawn Kapke, McHugh Kapke and Associates on behalf of the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance.
Virginia St. Jean from the San Francisco Department of Public Health and Local Cooper. I'm representing local governments.
Ingrid Bostrom, I'm with the Center on Race, Poverty, and the Environment, and I'm representing statewide environmental justice organizations.
Zonia Villanueva for the People's Senate.
Cynthia Gravich, Director of Global Action Committee and also the LABJ Network Coordinator. Natalie Marcanio with Department of Toxic Substances Control and the Hazardous Waste Management Program.
Terry Ryle, same program as that.
Eric Slack with DTSC.
William Batarsi with DTSC.
Britt Rouse, Division Chief with DTSC.
Great.
Barbara Lee, Director of DTSC.
Francesca Negri, Chief Deputy Director, DTSC.
David Weinberg, representing the Battery Council International Manufacturers of Lead Acid Batteries.
Okay, thanks.
Amelia Hicks, our Program Analyst for this initiative.
Benny Gopai, Media Relations Officer for DTSC.
Great. Thank you very much. So let us walk through the agenda briefly, and then we'll get started. We want to spend a couple minutes looking at the meeting summary and the action items from the last meeting, just to make sure you think it accurately reflects what we expressed and the key ideas that came from our last discussion. Paul will then walk you through the pilot project proposal form, just so you see the content and want your feedback on does that seem to cover all the bases, or do you think there needs to be some additions, revisions, etc. Rick is then going to go through some of the potential topic areas for pilot projects, just to provide a broader context for the kind of projects that might be selected by the council and by Director Lee. And then we want to open up the conversation really to some of the ideas that you may have and kind of talk through those. After lunch, the plan is to look at some of the focus areas that you may think we ought to focus most on. For example, there is a handout today that quantifies waste generation in the state. That might help you think through what some of the focus areas might be for pilot projects, but we'll look at that and have a discussion around that. Then, as we talked about last time, trying to be as clear as we can on the criteria for selection to make it as objective a process as possible. And so we'll start with the material that DTSC shared at the last meeting, but then look at how would you weight that, and if you could kind of identify as objective a basis as possible for selecting the pilot, what would that look like? We want your feedback on that. And then we actually have an example using a form that Paul is going to go through this morning, and then using the lead acid battery as an example, because we know that's going to, or some aspect of that's going to go into the pilots. We thought that would be a good one to use as an example of how the form might be completed. And then we'll spend some time at the end talking about the agenda for the next meeting and nailing down the date and that kind of thing. So that's the agenda. Does anybody have any comments or thoughts on that? Okay, good. So that would be our framework, our blueprint for today. Chuck, why don't you, we just did introductions before we went through the agenda, so you might introduce yourself.
Yeah, apologies for being a little slow this morning. Chuck White, retired, but I'm representing the solid waste and hazardous waste industries.
Okay, very good. So we've gone through the agenda. The objectives really are to get your input on what the criteria might be, the focus areas might be for selecting the pilots. And then, as we talked about last week, Director Lee will ultimately make the decision of which pilots to pursue, but really want your input on focus area selection criteria, and topics for specific, or locations might be a better way, saying it, for specific pilot projects, which we hope to then get through today and have as interactive a discussion as we possibly can to get there. Okay, there will be a time toward the end of the day for public comments, again, if anybody chooses to do that. Let's then go to the meeting summary from last time. It's in your packet. It's basically titled Meeting Summary Draft for March 17, 2016. Hopefully everybody's had a chance to read this. Does anyone have any comments on content itself? We'll look at the action items separately, but does anybody have any comment on the content or the summary of the conversation? In the absence of that, I will, yes.
I just wanted to point out that my name was omitted in the list of those present.
Okay. From last time. Okay, so we need to make sure to add.
On page 12, which is a continuation of my comment from page 11, I did talk about 3 potential projects, which is the first was on page 11, recycling, treating the soil and completely replacing lead acid batteries with alternatives.
Okay. So, or let's see. So are there 2 that need to be added, or?
Yeah, the first is that this lead contaminated soil remediation could be a pilot project. And then the second is that we could also think about current recycling practices for lead acid batteries. And then I added that the third would be replacing lead acid batteries entirely.
Okay. So we can make that addition to that. Thank you for noting that detail. Any other, yes, Dawn?
On page 5, just the last section above number 5, goals and objectives, just a correction that I am not a member of the SCP. I am a co-chair of the Green Chemistry Alliance, which is GCA.
Okay, where is that exactly on page 5?
Page 5, just above number 5, goals and objectives. That should say Ms. Kepke, a member of the Green Chemistry Alliance.
Okay,
Thank
excellent.
you.
And not SCP?
Correct.
Okay.
Not, yes.
Okay, so delete SCP and add Green Chemistry Alliance. Okay, others? Okay, very good, thank you. Let's look then at the very last page where we will see a list of action items. This early stage of the process, there were no overwhelming action items from last time. There was a suggestion of simply, if you want to speak, you can turn your card up like this. I usually do that when we've got 30 people. Usually with 9 or 10, it's not that big a deal, but if you do that, I will recognize you. So that's fine. The comment about the appreciate the high level of staff engagement with the director and deputy director and all the folks that were involved. Just an expression of appreciation for that. We noted some of the confusion about the pilot project concept. Obviously today we're going to be clarifying that. So hopefully if there are any questions, they should be answered by the end of the day today. So, because we certainly want there to be no confusion by the end of the day today, because we do need to start narrowing down on what we hope to do. So that really is, one could say, the purpose of today's meeting is just to be very clear on the concept and how to move forward. And that, I think, also addresses the kind of rough sketch, and you have one today, at least a pilot, as kind of an example of a battery-related pilot, which we'll walk through so that kind of provides that for you. Specified time frame, we started, and I think that pretty much covers the action items. Is there anything there that you feel is missing? Okay, well, thanks for a good job on the notes. It's obviously very complete, and we'll make the 2 or 3 changes noted, and then that will provide the record of the first meeting. And of course, we'll be following the same pattern for every meeting. Okay, I think now we can turn to Paula for kind of walking us through the proposal form itself.
Good morning, everyone. As Greg mentioned, it was obvious to us from the last meeting that everyone had the same question. What does a pilot project look like? What concepts we are proposing to pursue? So the team put together this pilot project proposal form. If you go to the package, you should have a copy of it. And the purpose is twofold. Number one is to have a consistent format for us to gather information and organize it so that at the end of the day, once we have all the pilot together, evaluate them, assess them, and move forward. And the second part is mainly to seek your input and encourage the thinking process along those lines. So as I'm going through this form today, please keep in mind this form is not engraved in stone. It was just meant to start the dialogue and the discussion and get your feedback so that we can end up with a form that we can build on and gather the information for the ultimate evaluation of the pilot projects. The first part, which is 1.0, is the pilot project summary. And this is where, by the way, those areas it's an electronic form and you can put the mouse over the certain categories and it provides you with more instructions as you complete the form. The first one under pilot project summary, it covers the primary components. What waste streams we're talking about? Is it an industry-specific pilot project? Does it address a specific geographic area? Who are the interested parties? What other governmental agency would be interested in this? The second part, which is 2.0, is where we would like to get a little bit of details on the pilot project description. And this is where we're hoping to get the thinking behind, okay, what does it entail? How does it fit with our overall goal of reducing the generation and disposal of hazardous waste, making sure we look at waste with significant hazard or risk, and also making sure to look at wastes that are being generated or disposed in communities that are disproportionately impacted by the pollution. So that's sort of the overall goals and objectives. Whichever pilot project we select, we have to keep that in mind. As you move to the next one, which is section 3.0 on the page 2 of 3, these are just general characteristics. We had a discussion last meeting about some of the criteria, what we're looking for, and section 3 is meant to capture the thinking up front. Obviously, we don't expect every box to be filled out, and we don't expect to have the results and the final outcomes of the pilot projects. But in the discussion last meeting, it was obvious that we all have some ideas, and we know, about some projects being short-term versus long-term, and other characteristics like it would impact the volume of waste, or it would benefit the communities. So this is where we were hoping to just upfront get some feedback on your thinking and why you would like to see a certain pilot project. And the box below would expand on those characteristics or any other factors. And then the last part of the form, which is section 4.0, the pilot project considerations, That's where we wanted to guide the thinking in a specific area. For example, we know that one of the benefits is reduction of hazardous waste, definitely, but how about if there is another benefit that needs to be highlighted, and we think that we need to bring it to our attention early on? So there is a box for that. Then there is a box for the data. Obviously, all our decisions need to be informed by solid data and scientific evaluations. So if you propose a pilot project, it would be helpful to bring to our attention what data is out there that would help us through the evaluation of the pilot projects and what tools. The second box is identifying what other agencies that may have jurisdiction. Definitely, as we move ahead with these pilot projects, there isn't just one agency involved in everything. We are interested in making sure we don't shift the contamination from one medium to the other. There might be, most likely the pilot projects we select, we need to look holistically at all impacts, maybe work with the Air Resources Board, the Water Board, the local governments, or whatever. Depending on the pilot projects, we need to seek out assistance from other agencies that have jurisdiction over the issue. The third area is identify areas of potential competing considerations. Like oftentimes, we push one area, but it might have an impact on another area. For example, one pilot project might be technically feasible, but then there is an economic factor that we would need to consider, or any other factor, a legal factor, or any other considerations. And again, as I mentioned before, this is not meant for you to complete a very comprehensive evaluation or make sure that all these boxes are filled or don't even propose a project. This is more meant to just get your feedback up front, get the thinking going, ask the right questions, so that we know why you're proposing these pilot projects. And we will go through an example later this afternoon that will help you see what we envision when we put these boxes together. The other item is discussing other possible benefits in addition to decreasing the volume of hazardous waste. As I mentioned before, there will be multiple benefits to some of these pilot projects, and if you know upfront something that you need to bring to our attention, we can fill in that box. If you know of an approach that might work, we don't want to reach outcomes and conclusions. However, if you know that, for example, with cleanup waste, if you know of a technology or if something that works in other areas and even outside the United States, it's good to bring it to our attention sooner than later, so we know, okay, there is some work done in that area that we might need to pursue later. And then the last box, what are other key items to consider in completing this pilot project? And this is more like a capture-all element that, maybe something we missed in these boxes that we would need to just add and consider as we do our selection of the pilot project. So to summarize, this is meant to be just a template to help you fill out the specific, to put your thinking on paper more than anything else, so that we collect all this in a consistent fashion and then go through the evaluation. And this is meant for discussion to see what you're thinking on this form. So with that, I'd like to open it now to questions and see what are your thoughts, and if you like this approach, and if you'd like to add certain boxes or anything else.
Let's just start with Jim.
Sure. So on the number 3 on page 2, I think a couple boxes that might be beneficial to add would be replicability and scalability. We're looking at pilot projects where we want something that we can then expand to other materials or expand to other areas. So.
And this would fit under.
I probably add 2 boxes under 3 for replicability and scalability.
Okay, thank you. Should we assume that this form is just for the advisory board and it won't be posted on the DTSC's website for the other members of the state to suggest pilot projects?
We'd like the selection to be with the advisory panel, and obviously you will be working with your stakeholders and constituency. But we have not really discussed putting this forward now for
To the public.
to seek public.
Okay.
Thank you. The second is that there probably should be a place for information on existing policy, state policy around that waste, so that we
See
know.
this as a box under 4.0 where we say we add a specific question about existing policy.
So you're saying a new box under 4?
Yeah, that's where, yeah.
Thank you.
So that, if there's a reason in the law that we can't do modification.
Thank you. That's a good one.
Okay, Chuck?
Yeah, the only thought I had was also on 3, and the box avoids land disposal. And the only thing I would consider is land disposal isn't the only kind of disposal that occurs. In fact, the statute, as I recall, it talks about disposal to land, air, or water. And so I would suggest that, in fact, just to give Exide as an example, I think that was in large part a disposal to the air, which resulted in deposition, which then became, I guess, a form of land disposal. So I would just, and then avoiding is kind of a either-or type of thing, as I would suggest minimizing disposal in general to land, air, or water as a more realistic thing to achieve, because getting to 0 on just about anything is very difficult, not necessarily impossible, but very difficult. And so I would suggest minimizing disposal to land, air, or water.
Okay.
Which is consistent with the state's hierarchy as the least preferred option.
Any comments on these suggestions? Does it work for everybody to make the changes suggested? Okay, Cindy?
Chuck, can I hear your suggestion again on why you don't want to use avoid?
Well, I mean, I think the idea is, and I'm not going to die on the sword on this one, but I just think it's more practical to minimize. And if you can get to 0 at a cost of $1 billion, but you can get to 0.0001 at the cost of $10 million, does that make more sense in terms of limited resources? And I think minimizing can have a goal of getting to 0, but not necessarily being able to achieve absolute 0.
I like words like avoid.
Me too.
So maybe we could say avoid or at least minimize.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I think, we have to set our bar high, and maybe we'll reach the middle, but.
Well, I mean, I don't disagree with 0 as being, you want to have 0 injuries on the workplace, but, typically there are more than 0, and it happens, and you do everything you can to continue to avoid those injuries, but it's really more practical to minimize them to the extent possible, rather than to simply completely avoid altogether injuries.
So how does avoid or minimize to the extent possible?
I see different interpretation. The first justification is the economic cost of driving something to 0, which we may not agree with. That is to say, ultimately costs go down, and if we set the target at 0, we have a goal to reach it. But if we say it's not technically possible, that's a different question and a different consideration.
I wasn't suggesting getting to 0 is technically impossible, but more cases, I think you pointed out, is the economics.
Well, I don't know that we're supposed to Are we supposed to think about cost? Is the reason not to do something? I just...
Well, one of the boxes is economically beneficial. And then you have avoids media shifting and it avoids land disposal. So I think we need to see a little bit of wordsmithing here, right?
So one suggestion is that we change the void land disposal
To minimize.
to avoid or minimize to the extent possible the disposal, what you talk about air, water, and land. So basically, not just land, but include air and water in that as well.
You could just say disposal.
Or your disposal.
Just get rid of the word land.
So, Zonia, and then Ingrid.
Yeah, in talking with members of the People's Senate, we came up with some guiding principles that we'd like the committee to consider when selecting pilot projects. And I don't know if this is a good time to go ahead and share them with you. They're not too many, they're 5. Or if we'd like to do it at another point in the...
Yeah, I think we do that in the afternoon when we talk about the specific criteria and how to weight those, and I think that'd be a perfect time to do that. At this point, now, that could have an impact on what you put on this form, right? So if you would suggest having other things on the form, then I would put it in that context.
That's what I was thinking, if it would help, make this.
So do all 5 of them relate to this form, or are there a couple of them that do that would inform how we might modify the form?
Well, there actually is a box here that says benefits EJ community, so I think that actually touches upon what I'd like to share with the committee.
Okay.
So if I can think of anything else, maybe I can recommend it later this afternoon. Okay? Thank you.
Yeah, one thing that I think might have an impact on these box 3 criteria is the same point with the, avoids land disposal. One thing that we did identify, and I think Chuck is absolutely right, that, Exide was a recycling facility. And so I just want to be very clear that, there's 2 hazardous waste landfills operating in California, and reducing impacts of those communities is very, very important. But also important is, reducing impacts in Vernon, and reducing impacts in Santa Fe Springs and other communities that host facilities that accept hazardous waste, but may not be a landfill, but are other types of treatment or storage or recycling facilities that I hope that we're also looking at when we're trying to figure out how to reduce hazardous waste. So
would you add a separate box that tries to capture that in some way, or?
Either modifying this one, though at this point, we're modifying an awful lot. How we put it, how the People's Senate put it is reducing the impacts of hazardous waste treatment, storage, and recycling on communities near these facilities. That's how we framed it.
Yeah. Did everybody hear that? Can you repeat that?
Yeah, which one?
Reduce the impacts of hazardous waste treatment, storage, and recycling on communities near these facilities.
Casting a little broader net that way. Yeah. So we have to do a wordsmithing to, kind of combine the idea of avoid or minimize to the extent possible. Yes, Barbara.
Generally, I would like to see the group come up with their own ideas, but I would wonder, Ingrid, if you would be willing to include in your list, including illegal disposal. Because there is illegal disposal that isn't around a specific facility, but it does impact communities, and I would like to make sure that we don't screen that impact out.
Okay, thank you. So, are we suggesting the second one or just a much longer? Because I hear what you're saying is avoid impacts from treatment, storage, or recycling facilities. The other is avoiding or minimizing disposal. We're separating those out, or?
Shouldn't that be kind of an overarching
statement, because we're talking about community protection, hazardous waste reduction, and I think anything we look at, that should kind of be,
Ingrid's statement.
Yes.
Yeah. So maybe that's where you should go. That can be kind of an overarching context for the bigger, for the specifics.
But I do think if we're doing like check marks, I don't want to, prioritize one over the other. Like,
Right.
Not have treatment, storage, and recycling included anywhere in this list, because it's not right now.
Yeah, okay. So you'd like to put it in there, in the list as well? Okay. That seems very doable. And of course, as you know down here, it's all the apply. So, you could, but we'll add that one. So we'll change the disposal one to just avoiding or minimizing disposal to the extent possible. And then this one will be dealing with treatment, storage and recycling. Okay. Everybody good with those changes? Okay, Virginia.
since we're partnering here with the green chemistry codes, I do think we need to embellish or add something. We have source reduction, but we don't have substitution, really, of the waste we're trying to reduce generation of. Viable alternative upstream, I don't know how you want to word it, but we already have the chemistry, it's almost there. We have a viable substitute that's going to minimize the toxicity or the volume of waste being generated. We want to use that now.
Okay.
Not just we have it, but we have the means to use it. It's economically viable, maybe in a couple of years, but there's potential for it being economically viable.
So how would you like to frame that?
A viable alternative available, and I would put viable in quotes because viable becomes economically feasible down the road usually, if we can really explain the detriment to whatever community. The other thing I was thinking, I might summarize a little bit of what was discussed a minute ago, was maybe avoid impact shifting. In other words, we're not creating another problem. It's not defining it necessarily as EJ, but anywhere else. We don't want to create another impact, right? And I'm just wondering if that's a word. Impact.
Media shifting.
Yeah, media is like air to water to land, right? So
Because that's one of.
I'm wondering if we can use that general term impact instead, because it is overarching. We don't want to create another problem. But it might not just be specifically in the EJ. I don't want another.
Right. I'd be speaking more to the geography than the media part. So I'm wondering, is that correct? I understand you don't want to shift it to the community.
I'm creating more of a general checkbox here.
Yeah.
We're avoiding impact to air, water, whatever, but also possibly to EJ. It's just sort of a more general one, and maybe we don't need it. But I'm also concerned about shifting this to something else that we don't have a box for. Right?
Okay.
Yet.
How do people feel about that? So you're suggesting changing avoid media shifting to avoid impact shifting?
Well, I like avoid media shifting also, maybe additional, because that's classic. I mean, that's what we've all been around for the last 40 years, right?
Okay.
We just shift media.
So you're suggesting adding two, one is a viable alternative available, and second, avoid the impact shifting.
Yeah, and it could go along with source reduction, but it's sort of the upstream answer that we don't have on here. Okay.
Now, to go back to the viable alternative, I think some of the things we talked about last week were things like there might be technology used in another state or another country that could be applicable here, but maybe not because of laws or other reasons, right? And so my point is it may be very difficult to know the answer to that, up front, if you don't know whether either technologically or from a regulatory standpoint, it can be used.
Yeah, I'd like to know, and I'm not necessarily speaking for everybody here, if there is something going on elsewhere in the world that's working out, that we can scale here and get some, research going to make it viable. I mean, I don't want to work in this California island here. I want it to be, let's research what's happening around the world, not reinvent any wheels, but then get it scaled here.
So basically, this kind of opens the door to that kind of thinking, understanding that we don't know if it's viable or not till there's more research or till the regulatory climate's evaluated or whatever. Okay. Very good. Thoughts on any of these, we now have a couple modifications, 3 additions, anybody get that?
I'm trying to clarify the comment on viable alternatives, whether that's an extension of this first checkbox source reduction is.
I kind of think it is a little bit, but we could just, it's what green chemistry is doing, and since they're sort of a partner in this, I thought it would be,
So
to get that word in there a little bit.
source elimination reduction.
Yeah, it's really, one and the same. Unless you just completely change your manufacturing process, but,
To eliminate things.
So the preference to either the source reduction, understand this is a subset of that, or to add it, or to change source reduction to viable alternative gradient.
I was suggesting source elimination or reduction, or source reduction or elimination, because
Source elimination or reduction.
what the green chemistry would do is to eliminate the source.
So Virginia, does that get to your?
I'm a scientist. I don't know if I would go as far as using the word eliminate. Maybe reduce.
Well, that's what it says.
Yeah, I know, it already says reduce.
I don't see a problem with why don't we go for elimination?
That's fine.
Sorry, put up my card.
Getting back to Chuck's comments earlier, I think, why would you want to take something, a potential pilot project off the table if the bar is pure elimination versus reduction? It's not just a matter of economics, although economics often play a big part and role in, kind of that beneficial outcome, but beyond that, there are some, technologies that don't exist yet, and so having an opportunity to reduce impact, reduce exposure, reduce, I don't think we should foreclose that and instead focus on pure elimination. You'd be, cutting off options for potential pilot projects that could be incredibly beneficial versus just focusing just on elimination. That's going to narrow your options
Would you like
dramatically.
elimination or reduction?
Either or is fine, I just don't want us to get hung up on, we're only focused on elimination, because I agree with Chuck, I don't think that's realistic in most cases, particularly, given the timeline that we're operating under. I think having, the opportunity to look at and evaluate some positively that are looking at reductions and minimizing in all of these different, criteria, I think is definitely something we want to make sure is still available to us and that we're not foreclosing that.
Okay. Let's summarize where I think we are, and then you can correct me if I'm wrong. So Nick suggested adding 2 boxes, replicability and scalability. Then there was a suggestion that we modify the avoiding, we're actually having a conversation, avoid or minimize disposal to the extent possible. Which changes the option from avoiding land disposal to avoiding or minimizing disposal to the extent possible. Then there was an addition of adding, addressing treatment, storage, or recycling, and or recycling. There was now this suggestion of source elimination or reduction, adding the word elimination in there. Another addition was avoiding impact shifting. Did I miss anything in that summary?
Do you say the viable alternative?
The viable alternative, I thought in the source elimination or reduction.
That's not what they for me.
I think they did.
So we'll add, so that's another addition is the viable alternative available. Okay? Everybody in agreement with that summary? Okay, very good. So that addresses the boxes check under number 3. Are there, let's look at the rest of this under number 4, project consideration. Is there anything in that part of this template that you would revise in some way? Yes, Dawn?
Sorry,
get used to this. I think maybe something that might be beneficial that's not necessarily provided in here. I mean, there's a stakeholder box in number 1, but maybe then under pilot project considerations, or even maybe a 4.2 or something, 4.1, is maybe a section where the stakeholder or advisory committee member that's proposing that pilot project might suggest potential experts or industries, representatives, those sorts of things that might be able to contribute, and maybe make a presentation to this committee, or, should be at the table for the purpose of that proposal. I think there would be value in that.
Okay. How do people feel about that? Just basically identifying some potential resources to come and speak to the issues. Okay, good. Chuck?
And just to follow up on that before going, I think, for example, it would be nice if we were to choose an Exide or a battery, lead acid battery type of thing as a project. It'd be nice to hear from the battery industry. What do they think is doable out there, and why are we still doing lead acid batteries after all these years when there's all this other battery technology, which I'm by no means an expert on batteries. I know a little bit. That's enough to know I'm in trouble before I get started. So, that's an example of the kind of outside thing I think would be a good idea to do.
Agree.
Okay.
Then my other comment, and then tell me if it's too early or we should focus on other things, but I'm still, the number one thing I kept coming back to this last week was, are we focusing on newly generated waste? Are we focusing on legacy waste? Are we doing both? I'd like to have a conversation about that because, I think it's, I may be wrong, but I would think it would be easier to focus on newly generated waste, but I know there's a lot of legacy waste in communities of concern, but exactly how you deal with that in terms of the myriad of options there are to manage, say, a contaminated soil, lead contaminated soil, for example. You excavate it and haul it away to a secure disposal facility as an option, or you stabilize it on site, or you wash it on site. All of these things have various levels of impact on the already impacted community. And it just seems like it's going to be a major challenge to deal with it. I think one of the things we talked about possibly focusing on a contaminated media like DDT contaminated soil as a more narrow range, or lead contaminated soil. I think we can handle all of the range of contaminated soils that exist from various legacy activities over the past 100 years. But I just, at some point in time, I'd like really primarily to hear from the affected community representatives of how they want to deal with legacy waste under this project, if at all. So we can do that now or later, whenever you think it's appropriate. I just.
Do you guys?
Just to answer Chuck's question, at this point, we want to keep everything on the table and not start, saying this legacy waste is off.
Right.
And the idea here is to collect the concepts, evaluate them, and make a decision to move forward. And some of the categories, that you mentioned would come out as we complete this form, as far as options and where to go. So, but just to answer your question, at this point, let's just keep everything on the table and then see how things work.
Sure. When we talked about selection criteria earlier in the day, would also be another time to have this discussion to see how that.
I just raised it because it was a thing that I kept agonizing over the whole last week. How do we deal with this legacy waste issue under the rubric of this
And also
project?
the afternoon session, we'll get a little bit more into details in the pilot project concepts. So that would be a good time to explore options. And just any pilot project, I think there's going to be questions like that. Maybe not exactly those questions, but that's the idea behind it, is to brainstorm and explore, how can we select the projects that would have the most benefit for California. Thank you.
So far, under section 4, Don's actually suggesting maybe adding a 4.1, but there's a box somewhere where the proposer would identify known experts or resources that might be brought in to help clarify or give information to the whole group. Any other suggested modifications to this last part of the of the template.
My only suggestion for that, I'm so sorry, we need to keep it broad, like it can be an industry association, it can be, like, as long as we capture professional panels, experts in the field.
That's good. Cynthia?
I just wanted to say that I think don't legacy wastes turn into new wastes when they finally get around to be cleaned up? So, kind of waste is waste. Because that's why it's, legacy waste, because it's still sitting there. So,
We'll have this discussion as part of the criteria this afternoon. Anything, yes, Virginia?
I like Dawn's addition there, and I'm wondering if maybe we can change the wording a little bit on the first box under 4.0. Identify resources, tools, industry experts, maybe, something like that. I would just say experts. Experts.
Yes, yes.
We do want to make sure industry is at the table here, so I think we'll fall in that category.
So, and/or experts.
Sure. And then, I'm into toxicology a lot. This 1, 2, 3, the fourth box, discuss other possible benefits in addition to decreasing the volume of hazardous waste. Maybe we want to add the word in toxicity, or not just the volume, but the bad stuff in there. Are we looking at only volume reductions? We're looking at the concentration of the toxicity and stuff too, right?
We have another bullet that is fine, because high toxicity waste.
Yeah.
If you'd like to expand on the volume there as well.
Just point of discussion for the group here, we have AHS stuff and then we try to not sense,
I like that suggestion.
Okay. Others? Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Okay. Very good. Anything else?
I had a conversation, this is Chuck, I had a conversation with Heidi Sanborn recently with the California Product Stewardship Council. I think she suggested that, well, she said she applied to be on this, but she was told that household hazardous waste would not be considered as part of this project. At least that's my understanding. And from what she said, and I just was curious because frankly, when I sent notice out to all the folks I'm representing in the solid waste and hazardous waste industry, the only things that came back at me so far were household hazardous waste things, as things that like, and one of them even hazardous waste, at least in large part, that's pharmaceutical waste. But sharps and small propane tanks is a big concern because of their explosive and fire potential, and they're really not clearly managed well at the end of life. So I don't know if those are things that are off the table because they're in the household hazardous waste category, or if there's things that should be considered, and maybe they're such a small, it's a large volume of waste, but it's from very small sources like households and individual users. So it's not an industry waste per se, but it's a product that's produced by industry. So I'm rambling a little bit here, but I'm just curious about how household hazardous waste would be subject to consideration on this part of this group, in the view of the fact that's the only waste that I've heard back from people that are really concerned about continuing to manage them properly.
Yeah.
I was going to say the same comment, but later in the day, I was just waiting for a good time to say it. I also talked to Heidi Sanborn. I think maybe slight misinterpretation. I don't think she applied to be on the committee. I think when the announcement of the committee came out, I forwarded it to her and a few other people, and then she called somebody, and somebody told her that we're not going to be looking at HHW. As the version I got from her. But my sense is it seems like that should definitely be within the scope.
I think the short answer is, I think we're wide open to any of these suggestions. I think ultimately, the selection of the pilots will have to kind of fit some of those key parameters, but to the extent that there is a project that's household hazardous waste focused and it has the potential to have significant benefit, we are open to those considerations.
Well, Nick and I will fight over with each other who coordinates best with Heidi to make sure her voice is heard.
Well, I was going to say, so I was going to mention this later, but I do think it makes sense for us to have at least one of the pilot projects be an HHW project, and hopefully something where we could use a producer responsibility approach. Because, I mean, if we're thinking pilot projects for reducing hazardous waste, HHW and producer responsibility have to be part of that. And I think it could be many different things. I was also thinking pharmaceuticals, sharps.
I just wanted to add to this great example here, marine flares, aerial marine flares has been on many of our sites for years. It sort of ends up going to the HHW or the DTSC, the Coastal Commission. We've all been working on this, but there are some little nuggets that are getting into the HHW stream that I think we do have viable alternatives available, and that's, so I would love to keep that, because I think that's some low-hanging fruit we could really bite off. But it's been a problem for many, many agencies, and I have worked with DTSC over the years. This is a little, one tiny little thing shuts down the whole recycling thing, because it's going into recycling one stream, and now we've got a 1.4 thing that this guy's got to get out of there, you know, and at the HHW, that's where they're at. Okay.
If we keep the household hazardous waste as consideration, we can expand the projects from 3 to 20.
Okay, yes, John.
Just a comment, editorial comment, just on this particular topic. I'm certainly open to the discussion. I think from an industry, business community perspective, we do not believe strict EPR frameworks are the best approach, that it needs to be kind of a full encompassing approach, kind of a shared responsibility model that actually gets you more bang for the buck in terms of reductions and minimization of these sorts of wastes. So just as a marker for that.
Okay, thank you. Ingrid?
And I think we're going to have more conversation about this this afternoon, but I did want to mention that one of my concerns coming into this group, was, that the pollution prevention program at large, the one that DTSC had worked many decades on, has been displaced by the Safer Consumer Products, and all the funding from the old pollution prevention program has been now put into the Safer Consumer Products. And so we have 3 pilot projects which we can use to try to maximize the benefits with very, very reduced funding. And so I would push back a little bit on the idea that in addition to the Safer Consumer Products, which is a way of looking at household waste and reducing it there, I would be a little reluctant to put some of this very, very scarce resources into this one in another household product reduction. So we can talk about it later.
Absolutely. Okay, anything else on this template? Okay, good. So we'll make the revisions. We've identified a couple of modifications, a few additions. We'll make those so everybody can look at those and make sure we capture them all thoroughly and accurately. Okay, thank you. So I think the next step is for Rick to kind of walk us through some of the potential areas of possible pilot projects.
Thank you. And in your packet, you have a handout titled Potential Pilot Project. First and foremost, I want to preface it by saying this is by no means exhaustive. This was intended in response to the last community to start to put out some concepts for consideration to open the door to the various sorts of approaches that could be taken. This is not meant to be limiting. This is not meant to be narrowing the focus. This is meant to be put out there. We believe that there are any number of pilot project types that could meet the spectrum of this project, but in the interest of at least try to bring a creative element here to this group and start thinking about this in a more expansive way rather than making a narrow focus too soon to ensure them. So this is only offered in that context, so please look at it with that. But again, it's intended to spur conversation, not to limit or rigid. The first, then, moving on to the potential pilot area or topic would be focused on, again, spent lead acid batteries, obviously. We'd be looking at available options that effectively reduce the use of lead acid batteries or the generation of spent lead acid batteries. A variety of tools that could be brought to bear will be the promotion of alternative battery research, evaluation of existing regulatory requirements that govern its management, to assess their effectiveness in ensuring they're safely and effectively managed. And also looking at how those regulatory requirements prevent releases of lead and other hazardous constituents throughout the generation, transportation, treatment, or disposal. We've also, through this type of project in this area, explore alternative recycling technologies that could reduce risks to both workers and surrounding communities that are associated with the handling and recycling of acid batteries. So clearly, this one has a variety of facets that could be approached in this particular arena, and so in any particular pilot could be focused on any of those facets or multiples of those facets. The next topic for consideration, or just to present, is the business outreach. Yes, sir. I think Jeff will do it. Absolutely. Thank you. Before we move on to next.
No, I'm fine. I don't want to take too much time from the group. I know you have a lot of material to go through. I'm not sure how long I'll be able to stay today, so there was something specific that I wanted to talk with you about in terms of your consideration of pilot projects that you might want to recommend. First of all, there are, as Rick was pointing out, a number of categories in which we could select a pilot project. From my perspective, the more specific the recommendations can be, the better that would be. If you feel very strongly that you want to do something high level, please, go ahead and make that recommendation, but the more specific and focused a pilot project can be, the more likely it is, I think, that we can put together something that we'll be able to use to demonstrate real benefits. It doesn't mean that we won't go back and look more broadly at how that transfers across other areas, other source types, other media, but the more general we are in selecting pilot projects, the more difficult it's going to be for us to actually show the benefits of the pilot project. So please consider that as you're weighing your options. There's been some discussion of the household hazardous waste program. There is also discussion about some of the earlier work we did with green business, and I know that there is interest in seeing whether or not there are some demonstration projects we could do through these pilots that would leverage some of those partnerships, and if you have ideas on that, I would encourage you to bring them. There's one pilot project idea in particular I wanted to speak with you about, though separate from the lead battery one. And again, I'm very mindful of the fact that you will have your own ideas, and to Ingrid's point from the last meeting, I'm not asking you to rubber stamp anything. But I was at a meeting on a particular cleanup site in Southern California a few weeks ago, and we were talking about a technology that's in its early stages, and I suggested at that meeting to a couple of the advocates who were there, and Cynthia Babbage was one of them, that technology might make a good pilot project if we could demonstrate it. It has been shown in smaller scales and certain applications to be effective, but it isn't widely used yet, and but it is a technology that really does minimize waste. So we didn't coordinate, but Cynthia very helpfully has put together a proposal using the format of the form that you guys have just been discussing to look at supercritical water oxidation for the treatment of DDT-containing soils. There are a couple of places in the Torrance area where DDT-containing soils have been found as a result of legacy contamination from the Montrose chemical manufacturer, and that DDT is in a number of places and the soil is being stockpiled because of limitations on the options to deal with it. This is potentially a technology that could do that. For my part, I am now trying to pull together some funding that would allow us to do a demonstration project with that technology. And I know Jane Williams is reaching out to the company that has the technology to see if they would be willing to partner with us. I've got my technical team looking into some of the technical aspects of that. Again, I'm not saying you have to pick it, but we're hoping we'll have some more information for you soon. This would be an example of a very concrete project that would demonstrate a technology that could, if we're able to prove it to be more widely applicable and evaluate as we do that some of the aspects of using it where we think certain changes or certain advances could drive the costs down or could address technical limitations. That's the sort of thing we want to do with the pilot project. I think it's really exciting, and it's one of the few options we're aware of on the table that could take contaminated soil and make it less hazardous without having to ship it from one community to another. So reducing, it doesn't rely on truck trips, doesn't rely on generating secondary pollutants. Really exciting technology, and so I'm hoping you will give that some thought, and I really appreciate Cynthia's efforts to put that together in a form to present it to you. And again, I just would appreciate your consideration of it.
That's the supercritical water oxidation.
Yes, yes.
Cynthia, do you want to add a question?
I know this, I'm very pleased at how the group is engaging, how you're talking about the things that are important to you, making adjustments to the forms, and I'm sure this will continue throughout the day. I also know from having served on these kind of groups that process can take some time, so I didn't want to lose the opportunity just to mention this to you and then have to leave without having been able to speak to you. So appreciate all of your good work on this, and look forward to having more opportunities to talk with you about these exciting opportunities. If you have any questions for me now, I'd be happy to answer them.
The technology has been around for a while, but I'm wondering what are the impediments so far of applying it to this particular place in Torrance? Has there been attempts?
There haven't been attempts so far. It's been used in a couple of very limited circumstances, not in California. So rather than take a lot of time now, because I know you have an agenda and a lot of things you want to get through, if the church is open to it, I think we can bring technical information to you. We can, provide it via email so that you can look through what we know about it, and then you'll have that available to think about, whether you think it rises to the level of being a good demonstration project. But it is a California company that has developed it. They're located in San Diego. The technology, I think, has been used in 2 locations outside of California. There may be a couple more, but they're military applications. The technology was developed under federal grant or in partnership under one of those development startup incentivizer programs. And so there hasn't been a lot of use of it yet, but I think it has potential, and it takes some time to prove out these concepts and show them in practice in a variety of circumstances. Right now, it's used to deal with explosives. And so this would be a different kind of use, but I think I think that there's real promise. So.
And you said you discussed this with Jane Williams, and she was comfortable with the technology?
Jane is incredibly excited about this technology. She did arrange a tour a few months ago that some folks from my staff went with her to the General Atomics facility. I had a conflict and wasn't able to attend, although I would really love to go see the small scale unit that they have on their site. But, yeah, if you call Jane and ask her about this, you'll have a long conversation.
Virginia and then Chuck.
I think you just answered my question. So it works so far, we know DDT, explosives, other things are.
Yeah, I don't believe it's been tried on DDT yet, so we are
Oh, you wanna-
proposing that
okay.
DDT would be a good candidate to test this out with. To my knowledge, it has only been used in military installations to deal with explosive material. And maybe also other, not just explosive material, but chemical weapons too, I think, as well, but weapons-related material.
Thank you.
Chuck, yeah, this is Chuck. I understand technology has also been used on PCBs as well. I don't know how effective it is.
So you may be exceeding my knowledge of the technology, but I have staff looking into it. I know Jane has done a lot with it, so we will try to bring you some more information so the group can spend some time specifically talking about whether this is something you think would be a good use of, as Ingrid was saying, the limited resources that we have for these three
Yeah,
projects.
I, for one, would certainly support the idea if we are going to pick legacy waste, a technology that could approach things like DDT and PCBs and other types of materials. My biggest concern would be how would the communities that not exclusively, but typically want to get the material out of their communities, and now we're going to be setting up these treatment plants within sight of the communities and making sure that those communities well understand the technology and what's going on, so there isn't any concern in that area. But yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Sorry. I just want to confirm the scope of commitment if we were to pick this one. So in Cynthia's memo here, General Atomics have already destroyed DDT containing waste at their own pilot facility. So the pilot, if we say we want this as one of the 3 pilot programs, then what we're really saying is not the proof of the technology or the pilot that it works, but that if they bring the equipment to Torrance.
Scalability.
Exactly.
Well, so what's happened is a small volume of DDT containing waste has been taken to the test facility. As you know, demonstrating something under those kinds of conditions is very different from saying that you can bring the technology to a site and demonstrate it in a scale that, we're supposed to be able to scale it up. We would want to understand what the cost pressure points are associated with that scale up, whether there are ways to, reduce the cost, whether there are technological issues we run into in the field as we bring a unit to a site and set it up. There are a whole host of issues, and the community acceptance of it certainly is one of them, but there are maybe other technological issues associated with scale up and also cost that we will want to use the pilot project to understand, because the point of doing something like this is to see whether or not one of these nascent technologies that seem very promising can actually be deployed in the kinds of real-world situations that we encounter.
Yeah, I say that thinking we would go back to the 4 sections that we just reviewed because there are different levels of
Absolutely. So again, I'm not asking the group to rubber stamp this. And I did not know that Cynthia was going to be so on the ball as to put a proposal together for you to consider. And I wanted to make sure that you understood that this is something I think is worth looking at. It will require that I find some resources to fund this sort of effort, and I'm working on that right now. But the group would have to evaluate this concept and decide this is a concept you think would be beneficial. But I know at the outset of this meeting, there was real concern, not the outset of this meeting, the outset of this initiative. We heard a lot of concern that communities thought that our key hazardous waste reduction strategy would simply be leave the waste in place. And that there wasn't another option to decrease the disposal in a hazardous waste landfill if we didn't just leave the waste in place. And what we're trying to do is find other ways to deal with that kind of legacy waste. Because it is, as you will see from the statistics that my staff has put together, one of the primary waste streams for us. And so if we can't deal with it, then it does come back to a choice of do we leave it in place or do we truck it out? And we're trying to find alternatives to that. So I'm hoping if it isn't this particular pilot, that there is some other concept that we can explore, because for us, there's a lot of benefit in being able to find an array of alternatives to deal with legacy waste contamination.
Ingrid and then Dawn.
Yeah, I was wondering what, I guess it was a two-part question. What are the primary barriers right now to moving forward with cleanup technologies, without a pilot project, without kind of this dedicating funding that, is very scarce? Like, are there ways that we could, are there responsible parties at some of these sites where we could say, DTSC really thinks that this is something you should be looking at for cleanup, and using its existing authority in order to further this work without, taking now one of two that this group has remaining left to.
So the DDT site in particular in Southern California is the Montrose Superfund site. There is a responsible party. There are insurance companies that are funding the treatment at that site. It is a heavily litigated process. We would have to be able to secure their acceptance to pilot test this technology. There is a record of decision at the site, so absent a pilot project like this, our ability to secure a change in EPA's record of decision at that Superfund site is pretty limited. They have already built a significant amount of infrastructure to do treatment. They don't have an option, and the current option for the soils is to store them at the site. We don't think that's a great option, and we think that there should be opportunities to reduce the volume and the toxicity of that waste, but our levers to do that in this particular case are pretty limited. I think if we're able to deal with that waste, that stockpiled soil, and the contaminated site is much bigger than just that stockpiled soil, and demonstrate a technology that could be used at other sites as well in the future, that's the kind of success story that these pilots hopefully will have for us. Now, you all may decide that particular pilot isn't your priority, but absent something like a demonstration project, I don't have the ability to do something with this particular. We can look around for another site where we might be able to demonstrate this technology. It's hard for us to mandate its use when it hasn't been, proven other than in a fairly narrow way.
Thank you. John?
I, for one, am very interested in this, and really would love to put on the table the opportunity to possibly hear directly from General Atomics about the technology, scalability, those sorts of things. So if that's possible to have them come and make a presentation, I think that'd be very informative.
Okay, thank you, Jeff.
The only comment I have is
Maybe also have Jane come as well.
Sure.
Because she's studied this quite a bit,
Sure.
and thinks that it has the potential to be widely applicable.
Great.
And the only concern I've heard is that it's very expensive. Very, really expensive.
And the technology itself isn't, but the energy use is.
Energy use and managing the materials through and through the process, it's really only been done, I think, on fairly small scale projects. Like the Del Amo or Montrose thing is a huge project. It would be, I would hazard to guess what the cost would be.
Well,
Not that necessarily
we're
be able to
not
write
really narrow pilot,
Yeah.
but if we're able to demonstrate it and also come to a better understanding of, ways that we might be able to bring the cost down, or how it would compare to the cost of some of the other treatment options that are currently in that record of decision, there may be some opportunities to maximize these.
And I think there are a number of companies worldwide that have explored this technology, not just General Atomics, but also there's some companies in Japan and Korea and elsewhere in Europe as well that have looked at it. So I think there's a body of knowledge out there. And it would be, I would think they would have interest in promoting their technologies if they've developed it. So I would think there might be a resource there to tap into.
Cynthia?
So I understand that General Atomics owns the patent. It was primarily done to destroy the chemical waste stockpiles, and they've done a really great job of doing that, and they are interested in exploring new markets. When we primarily looked at it before at our site, it was to do the groundwater treatment, which is very heavily contaminated with chlorobenzene. Because of the rod and what they selected as the remedy containment, the flow rate is just astronomically high. There's not too many technologies that can grasp that. So while we have all been working on these bigger pieces of the Montrose site, part of the drainage from that site went through our community and through a business that they now would like to take from a hazardous waste hauler and put new homes there because, everybody wants to live in that area for some reason. And so, without us knowing about their plans, they ended up digging into the drainage area with these high levels of contaminations of DDT. The company doing the remediation is the landowner, with some oversight through DTSC's voluntary cleanup program. So it's not on the Del Amo Montrose sites themselves, but it's this stockpile now of soils that they would either like to take to Utah and bury, or at one point they wanted to take to Texas and incinerate, which our community will not allow. So we're at a conundrum. I hear it's already going to be expensive to deal with it, so we would appreciate any help in that direction. But I think, as Barbara said, if something like that showed proven, then they would might apply it to larger portions of the site. And this technology is actually built to fit on a couple containers and be trucked. So it's not like the permanent groundwater system that they have now. You use it until you're done, you move it to your neighbor, or the next community, or wherever you need to do it. And so it would really be great to get General Atomics and Jane out here because they are very eager. I did go and look at the pilot, and it looked great to me. I don't know everything there is to know about everything, but we had other scientific people there. Nobody was calling, this is the black box technology, and sure, it's cleaned up. So it would be really exciting, and I think we should be able to bring in other resources too. I believe polluters should pay for their cleanup, so this isn't an example to get Montrose out of the hook. It's an example of stopping a disaster in this community that's going to happen here in a minute when they start re-injecting heavy levels of chemicals into clean parts of the aquifer, and they take this soil who knows where, and then they go put townhomes into it. And it does have the benefit of having the Del Amo Action Committee as the active community group who will be watching everything in great detail with binoculars and microscopes if needed, but also keeping our community engaged as to what's happening and that nature. So I just kind of wanted to clarify a couple things that I know about that.
I know we time a little late, so we want to take advantage of Director Lee's time before she has to leave. Any other questions, comments? Yes.
Just a quick comment. I applaud Cynthia for coming up with this because my first write-up was going to be chemical oxidation. And I'm not trying to just sway anybody either way, but I'll tell you something. In the course of a 25-year career where I was a licensed professional geologist in 8 different states, I've tried firsthand almost every one of these. Maybe, in fact, maybe every one of them. I can tell you which ones work and which ones don't work, and which ones work quickly, and which ones take a couple decades to work. So, Chemox was some version of Chemox was going to be my first write-up. So I support you. At least at the first stages, I think that's the way to take a look at it. I know it's expensive. I know firsthand that Chemox is going to be expensive and there are some risks. But I think that is an area we should take a hard look at, in my opinion. Thanks.
Sounds like there's a lot of support to this idea, so we'll be talking about that. Sure. Anything else for Director Lewis? Okay, thank you very much.
Well, thank you again for your time.
Okay. Rick, thank you. And now back to the other kind of potential five. We want to make sure we paint the big picture so everybody has a broad context. And then we'll come back to narrowing down later. But let's continue through the topics draft sheet to see what some of the other possibilities might be.
And again, as earlier indicated, all of these will have to be made into a much more specific and targeted effort. So the idea here was to give you some general areas of consideration. The next one was to use this out.
I had a question on that. Did you want to go through them, or I want to have this said?
I will go through the whole thing and just kind of see that moving from that.
Thank you.
So the business and outreach industry sector, DTSC historically have a sector that we go through effort to form a prevention program where we would take audits of particular industry sectors and then working with that industry sector, develop outreach and information sharing so that the benefits that were realized by the number of businesses we directly were working with could then be expanded to the entire industry sector. So we could, through this, focus on particular waste types, particular industry types, particular locations. So this one has a lot of different variables of applicability, but the idea is taking known information and getting it into the hands of those who may not know it directly or readily so that it can be more readily applied. The next has to do with organic solvents and residual wastes. I think organic solvents has tended to be one of the kind of the primary focuses of historic pollution prevention efforts. I think that the original pollution prevention program spawned from the issue of solvents and the reduction, if not elimination, of the available incineration technology nationwide. So again, this would come back to the recognition that solvents and solvent waste are still a fairly ubiquitous waste stream, and how do we engage or encourage reduction in organic solvents and moving towards less toxic, non-toxic alternatives in that arena. I'm also looking at some of the various impediments that small businesses or others have towards adopting newer or innovative technologies, whether it's funding, whether it's just the legal or regulatory environment that might prevent them from moving in that direction. The next is kind of a nuanced focus on areas of in-state management. We recognize that, at least for waste types like contaminated soil, the idea of out-of-state versus in-state tends to come down to a business decision on the part of those who generate contaminated soil. So the idea here is how can we focus more on that front end or generation decision point so that it doesn't just readily encourage out-of-state shipment of these wastes because that's cheaper, easier in that short term. So it's really looking at short-term versus long-term costs. Hazardous materials exchange. This also spawns from a historic effort that recycling and recyclable waste have tended to be an area where industries could share or could a waste to one or a surplus to one could actually be or be used as a raw material for another industry. So the idea of reducing the total volume of new hazardous chemicals purchased for purposes of working through industrial processes and manufacturing. This would just be to couple those two endpoints of that transaction together to do that reduction. The next is it's titled equipment reuse, but the idea is how do we encourage the use of regenerable or move away from disposal, filter rework, or disposable sorts of elements of the manufacturing process and work more towards reusable. So or longer life materials. So an example of this might be where you have the used oil motor oil filter project, where we're looking at technology to extend the life of filters for motor oil, so that you can actually get a much longer life, and so you reduce practically the generation of used oil filters over the life of it. And again, it could be applied to any number of areas where filter and filter media are used in industrial processes. The next is, obviously, as we've been talking about contaminated soil, there are so many facets to contaminated soil that can be looked at. As I think was mentioned by others, there are a lot of different types of contaminants that go into this that I think we very well recognize. One size does not fit all for this, whereas chemical oxidation, as David indicated, might be a perfect candidate for some of the organics. Inorganics are going to prove to be much more difficult, if not intractable, but again, the idea here is contaminated soil is one of our largest volume waste streams. How do we make practical impact on that without the compromise that inherently could easily come by a trade-off between communities? So how do we make practical inroads on that? And then the final is just a nod to the Green Business Program, and it's similar to the SB 1916 or the sector project, but it is using, harnessing the benefits of multiple regulatory programs and environmental impact sort of sectors into an overall approach to improving environmental quality and our environmental impacts through any number of media, also extending into greenhouse gas, water use, energy use sorts of components, because they're all very practically related at where they actually are implemented at the small business endpoint. So again, this was just intended to be a kind of an overview of the different areas of, and definitely, as Director Lee indicated, there's all sorts of areas that this could be focused. So I open it up to questions or comments on any of these, but again, this really is going to creativity and or experience with you in terms of any of these. So we're going to send you first, and
So on the spent lead acid batteries, could it, if it had two components, like one is got to be the storage of the batteries that we have, but once they're safely stored, then couldn't you look at another component, which would be like replacing batteries or one of the other areas that we brought up? I don't know a lot about batteries. I imagine I'm going to be a battery expert here in the next couple of months, but I know the storage, you have to safeguard that part, and I hate for us just to be doing that part, and then we don't have this opportunity to look for, phasing out that type of battery and phasing in something else if that's practicable.
so multifaceted, so it's looking at both the short-term
Rather than
practical challenges as well as
that one topic.
I think it would be very much be beneficial to look at it as a single topic, but not along the continuum, and I think look at how specifically it would be spelled out. Okay, good, thank you, Dylan.
Yeah, so under the lead acid battery, there is the promoting alternative battery research, but I just wanted to make sure that you're not excluding the safer consumer products law for the others. So for example, a solvent that might come into a pilot recommendation could also be subject to regulation under the safer consumer products law. So
Potentially so. There's no firewall or there's no prohibition on the two programs looking at similar projects. I think the lead acid batteries was this one that was kind of announced in that coupling, but
right.
I think.
But in a way, that could be a bold category as with the others, which means it's
Correct.
With respect to lead acid batteries, I was just wondering, given that there's so much attention being placed on it right now, and it's part of the green chemistry program, I understand, and then the governor's put $176 million in the budget to do remediation. If the green chemistry activity is related to exploring alternatives to lead acid batteries, are we being redundant here by including it in this limited 3 projects we have, or is there already enough being done? And I'm not arguing one way or the other, I'm just curious about whether we'd be spending our time efficiently and effectively if we were to focus on lead-acid batteries, if there's enough attention being paid to it in other resources in other areas. And I don't know the answer to that, so I'd like to hear what a discussion maybe from Rick.
Because I think at this point, the Safer Consumer Products Program is not actually focused on it. It's being looked at in a consideration in tandem with this effort. So there is going to be interplay between the two, but as we see it, it's not overlap, at least not yet, until so this has got to develop.
Okay.
And so it is a potential that Safer Consumer Products takes this on in looking at that, a total life cycle sort of analysis. But until then, we're looking at least in this project, some of the more practical impacts of the generation, management, disposal, recycling of lead and lead-acid batteries through this process, so that to the extent that there is alternative technology sorts of looks that may actually slide into the Safer Consumer Products world, but that may be a more distant or a different facet to what we're looking at.
So it remains true, Rick, that the expectation is one of the 3 pilots would be involving the lead-acid batteries in some way. So that's still the intention. Okay. Virginia?
I just wanted to clarify, because the green chemistry folks have 3 priorities already, and they can't really change that without, from what I heard at our last meeting, without a legislative push from Jerry Brown or something, right? So I think that we're trying to figure out how to get that to maybe number 4, right? But those 3 are already a given under green chemistry. We're hoping that our 3 projects that we recommend mesh with that a little bit, but it doesn't sound like those 3 are necessarily the things that are chewing up our landfill. Right, so I think we are going to have some different stuff, but I think that clearly the governor wants lead-acid batteries to be one of those, like the next thing under green chemistry, right?
Well, we have some very specific short-term impacts and challenges with lead-acid batteries that I think the desire here through this project is to look at what can we accomplish in the immediate term.
Right.
I think the Safer Consumer Products Program will be looking at it to consider whether it gets added to the work plan and gets considered for future application.
Okay.
But again, so there's no foregone conclusion there yet. I think it's a commitment that it will be looked at in that light to see if that is an avenue that should be pursued.
There's no limitation to just 3 projects in green chemistry. I think you've got
The process that they follow is work plan specific, and so what is proposed in the work plan, and then it moves on through a regulatory process and into.
But you're all limited to only 3 projects?
No.
So, yeah, it's a matter of resources, I agree. It doesn't require legislation for DTSC to add the lead-acid batteries to green chemistry. It's just, if the governor says do it, I think you do it.
But it would also come through the work plan process.
I just think we should be cognizant of that duality there.
Yeah, I think I raised this issue last time, but I think the other opportunity here is not necessarily using the existing green chemistry process, but using that authority as a tool that we have, because it's probably the broadest authority that DTSC has. And so even if we're not necessarily adding it something as a 4th product, we can use that authority and think outside the box a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. So certainly the work plan as part of the Safer Consumer Products Program is one venue for those to be product chemical combinations to be prioritized. There's also a petition process that's separate and apart from that. And so as I see it, I mean, there are 2 separate issues, as I think Rick was trying to get to on this, is one is management and handling of what is already, at X side or what have you. And that's kind of a near-term, issue today that doesn't really fall into the Green Chem Safer Consumer Products realm. Safer Consumer Products Program is looking at what alternatives for, future there are for lead-acid batteries. And so they're kind of 2 distinct pieces that ultimately, the governor has said, yes, DTSC, that SCP program staff, you need to look at this. But part of what goes into that is putting together all of the details for making the case as to why that should be prioritized in petition. So I don't know that the governor necessarily, he didn't really exactly put together a petition, he just said you should go look at this. So as far as this particular advisory committee, I think what's on the table is, do we want to put forth that petition that kind of lays out some of those details about what they should be looking at, kind of experts, some of the science around that sort of thing. If that would be something that we would want to put forward to expedite the SCP team looking at that, is the way I view it. Because the governor's saying that is very, noteworthy and important, but there wasn't actually a formal petition per se that kind of backs that up as to the details of how and what and why. And I think that's perhaps something that this committee wanted to look at. That could be what we would look at putting forward, how I view it.
Good, thank you. Ingrid?
One thing I didn't see on here, though I see how it could fit within a number of the categories, is looking at different fee structures, different economic incentives or disincentives in order to kind of model behavior. So it's something that I'm interested in looking at.
And I think that could be looked at, from my personal perspective, could be looked at either as a tool within a project.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you're looking at behavioral decisions. And from a business level, what influences their behavior to make certain decisions about chemical use, about waste management. So some of those kind of get back to inside the project, really a fee structure or regulatory structure be a driver or an incentive system, versus kind of looking at it in a general sense, which is, I'm grappling, this may be my personal limitation, I'm just grappling with how you would try to apply a broader pilot project to that sort of issue or that sort of approach in a general sense across the face of all waste. So it's not off the table. I'm definitely not saying that it shouldn't be considered, but like I said, I was seeing it more internal rather than external, but I think it could be looked at both ways.
Good. Chuck?
Well, the one project that is near and dear to my heart, as Rick well knows, is the in-state management of hazardous waste. It's been, for the last 30 years, California has been exporting a large amount, ever-increasing amount of hazardous waste to other states. And if it's a non-RCRA waste, it basically goes to disposal in non-hazardous waste landfills in other states, unless they, for some reason, they recognize California's authority. And I'd be in favor of having some discussions about this whole area. I can understand communities in California may be perfectly happy getting it out of California, so it doesn't go to Kelman Hills, it doesn't go to Buttonwillow, it goes to Beatty, Nevada. I still remember the advertisement from U.S. Ecology in Beatty, Nevada, location, location, location. There is absolutely nothing around Beatty, Nevada, and maybe that's what we want to do, is send all the hazardous waste to Nevada. But California has much more stringent standards than Nevada does, has much more extensive criteria for identifying hazardous waste, and to see it go out of state to be managed in solid waste landfills, to me, is kind of a strange approach. And maybe not the only facility that accepts California waste. There's solid waste facilities in Arizona right along the border that take hazardous waste from California. Does this make sense? Should California, to the extent they identify waste and charge fees on it, should there be a requirement that only those go to permitted facilities in California? And how would you do that? And is that even really with the Interstate Commerce Clause of the Constitution? So I don't know, but it's a fascinating subject. It has been for me for the last 30 years, and I haven't seen much progress. It was interesting. I was in Carson City when Nevada was considering lowering their fees on the disposal of hazardous waste, which they did. And it was interesting to watch the Nevada regulators walk in out the door after the meeting with the U.S. Ecology folks, and in large part because the state of Nevada owns that site. They are the owner, and they want to make sure that they're getting enough volume in there to maintain the operation, to be able to provide that facility ongoing use. So, not to say anything against the state of Nevada or U.S. Ecology, I'm sure they're fine operations, but it just seemed like they were bending over backwards to attract California waste by lowering their fees so that the waste would go in. And in fact, California hazardous waste is not a hazardous waste when it goes into Nevada, but the only facility that California hazardous waste can be disposed of in Nevada is at U.S. Ecology Beatty. specifically excluded from other facilities. So
we're kind of scrambling, kind of moving into other project ideas or the nuances of other projects. And let's try to focus on, with the remaining comments, Dylan's next, on just anything else. Are there major topics missing or any clarity on any of the things that are presented? After that, we'll move right into your other ideas for potential projects. So, Dylan.
So I know this is not exhaustive, and you clearly said that. It's a partly response to Ingrid's follow-up because, so for example, e-waste households, one could envisage taxing on particular categories. EP, the federal government purchases more environmentally friendly types. So economic incentives could we, for example, propose a new tax on something as a way to understand how that is going to impact the generation of waste, spawn alternatives and stuff like that. So I heard your response, but I'm wondering if it should be a specific category here. And then the second issue relates to the shipment of waste, and I will just say this, and I know we'll have time to talk about it later. I'm going to try and write something up on asbestos because it's shocking to me that we still have a big problem with asbestos, and the communities that are affected are primarily workers, maybe not a single village or town or city, but that category is very important to deal with because we know how to do it, and yet 2014, according to DTSC data, that's going to other categories. But
Okay. So what was your specific topic, general topic that you were saying?
It's about economic incentives.
Yeah, incentives being one of the categories of consideration.
Which is kind of a subset of what Ingrid is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Ingrid, are you still?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually had the opposite concern with the in-state management of hazardous waste, not because it's not an important issue and compelling, but that it would not meet at all the goals of reducing the generation or the disposal of hazardous waste in California. It would in fact increase it. And so even though, I have a hard time seeing how this particular project idea would meet any of the other goals of the program. Not to say that it's not important. It also violates kind of a principle of shifting burdens, which I'm very interested in terms of, even within California, I don't want to see one community, suffer while another one benefits, which is why the total reduction is so important. So even if it's California, Arizona, Nevada, it's the same principle where the real focus of this group has to be reducing the overall, so we're not pitting community against community, in-state or out-of-state. So I actually had a hard time understanding how this one would meet any of the principles.
And I think this one is suffering from the lack of art of titling of the paragraph. The intent was to focus on those wastes which are being exported as a kind of a special focus of reduction of generation in the state. So it's, again, my apologies for the inartfulness of presentation, but the idea was we recognize the ease with which that economic decision can play out for out-of-state shipment. So the idea is how do we influence that decision-making more effectively to reduce waste generation and not just to shift it into an in-state facility instead. That was the idea. If it came across that way, great. If it didn't, then my apologies.
That's good clarity. Thank you. Cynthia?
So I'm hoping that, I know the last meeting we had, we talked about the pilot projects, but then we talked about this other tract where we take on some of these other concepts, bigger pieces. And I think that this conversation that Chuck brought up is a really important conversation. And I personally stockpile waste in my community because I have been to Kettleman, and I'm not going to be a party to that. But, what we have here with this pile of dirt that we were talking about a little bit earlier was this game that I had not really been seen before was where it was initially you listed, which meant incineration, and then after people talked about how much money that was going to cost, and interestingly enough, the company that's there is Ecology Controls Industry, so I don't know if they're the same in one, but that's what they were going to do, take it to one of their facilities in Beatty and probably dump it out of the truck as they were, that's mine, it's Starkey, I'm sorry, but and so I can see how that's a big problem, so it probably maybe wouldn't fit into a quick turnaround pilot, but that really is the crux of a lot of the situations that we face, is how do we clean up our communities without burdening others and transporting it. So I too want to have that conversation, but I'm too not seeing how it would fit exactly.
And it could play back into another one of those kind of big picture discussions of how do the 9 balancing criteria of NCP actually push us down pathways which we end up making not only, it causes us to make unfortunate policy and, trade-off decisions. So is that what the NCP criteria were intended to do? So that, looking at that in a bigger sense for cleanup and cleanup sorts of decisions, because that's a big driver in the decision-making that happens at state and federal government, whether or not that was intended, but what in practice has occurred. So I mean, that's, as I thought about that, there's another avenue of looking at bigger picture policy sorts of decisions.
Well, and I think it was brought up too in the same context of, like this pile that I was talking about, it probably would have been a lot smaller had somebody gone in about thinking about what are we extracting here? Let's do some testing, and this is obviously contaminated. Oh, this is the new dirt that accidentally got mixed on top. And so there's a lot of that I don't think goes into the thought process when somebody just thinks they're going to take it out of the state and it really won't matter. And I don't think anybody in the state that's worked on this ever imagined or wished this onto somebody else. We were trying to make it good in our state, hoping that others would follow, and clearly other states have taken advantage, and it's also remarkable to me how it can be listed one way and then all of a sudden, voila, listed another way, and I'm a kind of really, believe it or not, I like to follow the rules. If I agree to the rules, I'm going to follow them, but don't be changing the rules halfway through the game. So that should be part of that conversation, I think, as well.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, on-site soil management decisions are extremely critical. I mean, you're right. If they're thinking about we're just going to dig it up and truck it, then it's a less expensive alternative to truck it away. You're going to be less thorough about really accurately defining your zone of contamination. So you may be oversubscribing, over collecting. And if you're driving a big yellow piece of equipment, you're not very discriminate when it comes to picking stuff up that way.
Sometimes I have seen Sugar, that truck driver, boy, he can do tricks with this stuff and pick up 1 grain, and after I had an initial heart attack, because he just jumped into the contamination hole so fast. So there is amazing things people do. I think it's the incentive and who is the watchdog over it. And certainly the company who's going to benefit from the cleanup shouldn't be the one necessarily overseeing the cleanup. And my experience on that side.
Thank you. Virginia, and then we're going to start getting what some of the other ideas people might have for pilot projects before we break for lunch.
I just wanted to insert the economic incentive piece into the in-state management of hazardous waste paragraph that already does say in the last sentence there, and explore incentives or requirements that would reduce the generation of hazardous waste that are most exporting hazardous waste. Maybe put the word explore and economic incentives and disincentives for out of state. It seems like we're almost there with that one. We just maybe need to wordsmith a little bit more. And we could get maybe 3 opinions on here in one.
Very good.
My example on that one would be marine forests that we are sending to only 3 places except explosive waste throughout the country. So little things we need to incentivize. So it includes source reduction there too. And maybe even green chemistry or within the realms of green chemistry agenda or something. Thank you.
So basically, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I actually had a similar thought. we have a hard time with interstate commerce telling people that they can't ship stuff outside of the state, but we can condition who gets benefits from different incentive programs in the state to those who keep the material here or treat it properly. And so, for example, in our electronic waste program, we don't allow shipment of covered materials outside the state, except in specific conditions. But the way we limit that is if you're getting funding from the state, you can't ship the material outside the state. And we had we had a proposal that ended up dying, but we had a bill to require treatment of all electronic waste that way if you're getting funding for anything. So again, as long as we're actually paying somebody to do something, we can condition that funding on what they do, even if we can't restrict the direct action. That might just be a tool we can, in the economic incentive realm, that we could use.
So, in terms of just for the sake of having a document that reflects this conversation, it sounds like we might, to Rick's point, change the title of the in-state management of hazardous waste and then add this issue about economic incentives and taxes and other possibilities, just to focus a little bit more on what's intended there. Again, just so that documents that are associated with the project are clearer, more clearly reflect your views. Because at the end of the day, this is really just there as examples, and it's not really going to be one of the big documents probably that people look at the end of the day. So.
I think this conversation spurred me, and something even that we talked about earlier with the pilot project template, which is now I'm a bit confused about, are we looking to protect California communities, or are we looking to protect any communities anywhere? I know when I went into this, I definitely assumed it was California communities since it's the jurisdiction of the DTSC, and it's also something that's near and dear to my heart as somebody who represents California communities, and not saying that I don't care about other communities, I do. But I think that really makes a big difference in terms of, do we want to prioritize the protection of communities in our state because that's where DTSC has the jurisdiction, or do we really want to say open it wide up? And I would caution against it because we don't have, if we were going to really do this, from a fundamental EJ principle, I would want people from those communities in those states here in that room in order to have kind of an all-encompassing conversation. So question, and then, I would caution us against going forward with kind of this multi-state focus without others from other states.
Yeah, so when we talk about criteria for project selection later, that's another, that can be one of the things you prioritize as something you'll want to do for this project.
I just want to point out that some of the things that we would pursue, like source reduction or source elimination, as was discussed earlier, will also have a benefit for everything, whatever, those would be integrated into the project. But I agree, maybe we shouldn't really start focusing on what's being sent outside as a first step.
Very good. So with the remaining time before lunch, which I said, but we have designated about 30 more minutes until we have lunch. We wanted to just kind of go around and find out what other ideas people are thinking about. We don't necessarily have to get into all the details, but just generally what your ideas are. So obviously we've got the whole lead acid battery, but as you've identified, there could be any number of approaches that fit your project. So if people have thought about that, that would be good. We obviously have the oxidation project has been discussed. It's already been out there. Let's see what other ideas might be.
Greg, before we go there, I really struggled this past couple of weeks, just because there's so much information out there, and I felt very ill-equipped in order to do an analysis, especially if it's scattershot, which is, I've been seeing the last two meetings. So like, here's a proposal, and then we go really deep into that instead of getting a good framework and data. And so I did some research. I sent out a document to some folks, and I just wondered if I actually did the project that the report describes, And I just wanted to share with people what I did so that, people can maybe do some more analysis before we really hone in. So I don't know. That was...
That'd be fine. I think you're right. We do want to go to that next level. I think initially this kind of making sure everybody has a lot of context. Would your presentation be better suited to kind of the focus and the criteria after lunch, or would it be helpful before we bounce around and see what other ideas are there?
To me, it just sets a framework for how to think about what's out there.
Okay.
That I think would inform pilot projects, and that's how I used it.
That's right. Well, let's...
And I can do it very quickly.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, so what I sent out to folks was a recent document from October 2015. It was on EPA's website, and it was looking at using TRI, pollution prevention data, in order to try to figure out what industries were making progress with pollution prevention, and then how to kind of, for your own state, figure out which industries were doing the most and which had the most potential in order for source reduction. And so they did it for Wisconsin, and they did a kind of a step-by-step Excel procedure in order to figure out which industries had the most source reduction activities within a period. And I tried to do that for California, but I wasn't able to download the data except for 1 year. So I did it for 2014. So that's a document I sent out. And so, yeah.
One that's California 2014 DAI.
Yes, so it is in the pack.
Yeah. So you just see, like, I just took out all the ones that had 3 or more facilities that reported that they had taken source reduction procedures. And then the next step after this is actually to go into and see which ones are, kind of just more process-oriented and which ones were like real substantive. And I didn't get that far. But I just kind of wanted to show people like what the analysis, what it looks like for California. Really, for 1 year, its electroplating was the one that had the most facilities that were actively doing source prevention. And so I just wanted to explain to people what this was. That's what this little sheet is. And it was kind of neat to fool around with the database, and I'm looking forward to going more into depth about what are the facilities doing. Can we find some commonalities where, different industry sources doing a lot of the same thing to say, like, well, maybe this is something that can be more widespread. So just wanted to explain that.
Good. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for doing that. This kind of workage, I think,
Yeah, this Chuck. What does California TRI occurrences? What are the occurrences specifically? What is 816, for example, under the first
And then
line?
16 facilities in California had reportable pollution prevention activities in 2014.
Okay.
So 60 is the occurrences of facilities.
As reported in their TRI report.
Yeah.
Pollution prevention activities.
Yeah, so that should, it could be facilities.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So let's just real quick, yeah, was there any indication as to the total number of facilities? I mean, I thought on that, but did you have any sense for 16 out of how many?
Oh, for each industry? No, I don't know how many industries there are. A lot of these had like many, like a single facility would have many pollution prevention. So there's a total of about like 400 different records that this is gleaned from. And then of course there's a lot with 2 and 1. But I don't know how big the industries are in California.
I was just curious if you were looking for. Okay, so let's then look at other thoughts that folks may have. Jeff, is your part of okay. So what are some of the other thoughts that people have that they want to just kind of identify, put on the table as possible pilot projects?
I was going to suggest something Chuck said earlier, that pharmaceuticals and sharps as potentially either or.
Pharmaceuticals and
Sharps. They're both major HHW problems, and really ones where, I think there's an obvious solution, which would be a product stewardship program, manufacturer-run program.
okay.
Asbestos, fourth largest category of waste, hazardous waste generated in California, fifth or sixth in terms of exporting to other states. No current recycling to speak of. I think it's an atrocity and we should think about it as a pilot project.
Recycling asbestos?
Okay.
I'm also interested in electronic waste, but I have trouble justifying it under these conditions.
Same.
What are the thoughts that people have been pondering?
Did you get my propane tank suggestion on the list?
Yeah, from earlier?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's something that people are suggesting be considered.
Okay. Tank recovery, basically?
Yeah, there's all kinds of sizes of propane tanks, these little ones you,
Right.
monsters, and they're not really being effectively managed and collected and recycled, so maybe that's something we should be thinking about.
Any others?
Yeah. We've been considering, Ingrid and I have been putting our efforts together, being that we work together on the People's Senate, and we've been considering refineries, as well as oil waste and auto shredder waste. Although that's, I think something that the DTSC is working on now, so, but those are the three categories that we're thinking about.
Yeah, and more generally, in terms of the principle is, I think we're very interested in the industry-specific sector, as that would capture, we think, the most reductions for our communities, and then, overlaid with a big source generator is also that the facilities themselves are also located in low-income communities of color, and so you would get a dual benefit if you try to get better practices within those communities. So yeah, refineries and auto shredders and oil waste.
Now, when you say industry specific, you mean like all things related to transportation, or, what do you?
No, like the petroleum, like the refineries, that would be an industry, or the auto shredders would be an industry.
Those specifically, okay.
But auto shredders aren't just auto shredders, there's a lot of metal waste that gets shredded,
Appliances.
foams and other kinds of materials, so it's.
You're talking about metal shredder waste.
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about, just auto shredder or metal shredder waste?
I think it's historically been known as a number of terms, Chuck. I think, as I understand it, it's just the metal shredders that take all sorts.
Right. That would make
appliances, autos, old vehicles.
Treated auto shredder waste, right, and their appliances they contribute to PCB contamination.
So a broader category being metal shredder waste, rather than just auto.
That's I think how DTSC is identifying it on the site, on your website anyway right now.
Metal shredder waste, yeah.
But I understand where you're coming from.
Okay, good. Anything else?
I just have a question for Ingrid. Thank you for going through the TRI data, but I'm just wondering, I don't see the refineries, nothing came out.
No, it was two.
I'm sorry.
There was only two occurrences. It didn't make it. It didn't make it, which means for 2014, they didn't do a lot.
There are no pollution prevention.
So, I don't think this is that accurate because it's only from 1 year. I want to download the 2006 to 2014 and then see it. So, yeah, the industries that I really want to focus on didn't make the list. But, that's yeah, these are the ones that are doing a good job.
Yeah, that's why I got you. So what's on the list that we need to focus on?
So that's how quickly we always do that overlay and information, and we can put more information.
Yeah, and the petroleum industry, they've already done a lot of work earlier, of course, where we have a lot of information about source reduction possibilities at petroleum refineries. So, I think it's okay that we don't have a lot of information about 2014, but we do have a lot of information.
I was just going to say, my understanding of the reporting for the online TRI form, is that part of it, the pollution prevention part, is voluntary, or at least it used to be voluntary, so many of the people don't take the time to put that on that part of the form, so it might be lacking that, just losing information.
Okay, Virginia, you're next.
Yeah, my whole career I've been working on solvent substitutes, and I love the fact that this is one of our five. We got the organic solvent, but then I go back and I look at your nice DTSC chart, and to me, it's a huge category, and I think it almost needs to be subcategorized in halogenated, and we have some low-hanging fruit, I think, when it comes to organic solvents. And I'm thinking maybe we might want to focus on something more like the halogenated, where I think we have some pretty good vetting through green chemistry, and we have some pretty good alternatives. They're persistent in the environment. They're things that we have a hard time with. So to put all of these organic solvents and residuals, it just seems like a huge category. I think we can make progress, certainly on the halogenated ones where we have high toxicity, they're persistent, all the other things. Then we have the substitutes, but I worry that that's going to be too big for us to bite off. And as an industrial hygienist, I'm all about solvent exposure reduction, but I think that one might be a little too big. We have solvents used in so many things. And water is a solvent, so I think we really need to hone that down a little bit, okay? It does say organic solvent, but we have still bottoms with organics. We have other still bottom waste, hydrocarbon solvents, halogenated carbons, tank bottom waste, or oxygenated solvents. We have a lot of categories here, and I think we have a lot of recycle potential and good technology. There's substitutes, there's good technology for recycling, and things that we don't necessarily have to ship out of state for technology. I think we have the resources here to do it in California. Thanks, I just wanted to, I really like that category, but it's just a little too big.
So I have maybe a potential way to narrow it down. And so I'm going with Ingrid's data here to sort of reinforce my comment on electronic waste. So if we don't think of e-waste as post-consumer, which I have trouble justifying, but California's economy in terms of manufacturing, it's a big contribution. And the three categories in the top 10, they are printed circuit board manufacturing, 12 sources, printed circuit assembly, 9 sources, semiconductor and related device manufacturing, 7 sources, 28 sources in total related to the manufacturing of electronics. And there are lots of communities, I'm sure, and workers that are impacted by this. So I really think as a category, if we combine them, it's very compelling. And I strongly support considering them as a pilot. And solvents, a lot of solvents.
They all use solvents too.
So in this particular industry, we need to do something.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting, yeah. Good angle.
So, pharmaceuticals, asbestos, electric, or e-waste, excuse me, propane tank recovery, refineries, oil waste, metal shredding, organic solvents, DDT from soils, some aspect of lead batteries. Has anybody given any thought to how to focus that rather large topic into something that's more specific and tangible?
The batteries?
Yeah, yes, a lead battery associated pilot. No specifics on that yet.
Well, it's sort of here. You want more than that, right? Is that what we're looking at as a basis right now? Just
For
confused.
example, and I think the comment that's been made is it's a huge, there's potentially a lot of things that could be done within that topic.
Okay.
And what would that look like?
Got it.
And so if we know that DTSC wants this to be one of the pilots, I think you guys really need to think through what does that pilot look like? Because there's a lot of different directions it can go, right? So good, we went from no cards to 4. So let's start with Cynthia and just work around.
So I just wanted to come back to the idea of, having a couple concepts, or I don't even know what you call them, whatever I called them earlier, it sounded better. But a couple different levels to the pilot. So first, I think people would probably agree we're going to have to do something with the temporary storage. And so that's something that should definitely be done, but I wouldn't want that to be the only thing that we did. And so just making sure we have a couple more components of that. And, I think we should just go store it right there inside that Excite building. It's going to take a long time to clean it up. It's already fully contaminated, so.
So I have a question on the temporary storage. Are you talking about the actual batteries themselves or the material during some of the material?
When they're being
processing?
recycled. Because the batteries themselves, if they're new, they're in Pep Boys and every other place after they're as a manufacturer. The manufacturers would seem to be more in the safer consumer kind of, or if we come up with an alternative, that would kind of be, I think, taken care of that piece. I think household batteries, when DTSC actually did have its external advisory group meetings, that was brought up years and years ago, and they're collected now at Home Depot, just like we talked about in those meetings, which is fascinating. It took 10 years, but it happened. So, I'd like to see a couple kind of components around that. I know that it was mentioned before that DTSC has a tremendous amount of resources just kind of focused on the cleaning up of the homes and stuff. And I'm not really involved in that. There's plenty of people that are working on that from the community aspect. I have been a driver to people to the meetings before, and so I've been in the room. And I think that when we talk about the soil that's going to be generated, it really freaks me out. Yes, it should be clean, but what are we talking about here? Where is it going? And what I hear back is this is a crisis, we just need to move forward. And yeah, we should have been moving forward, nobody disagrees 20 years ago, but now that we are moving forward and because there's just all this pressure, we really need to also keep, I think, making sure that we think about all these decisions forward and backward again. And, I would like to see something done about how, I don't know how you would get heavy metals out of soil and not just have to completely, what are we talking about? Another Mount Dioxin or another La Montaña or, another sacrifice zone where this soil is going to. And so I just don't know if that's a great pilot, but we still should help people think about that. Maybe it's really hard in those Excite meetings because there's so much going on and some person's going to get sampled and some person isn't, and maybe they're not able to focus in on the bigger part of just how do I get my family out of danger, which is the immediate thing you want to do. So maybe we could help them think about that a little bit more.
Okay, good, thank you. Ingrid?
This is not about the lead battery, it's a question.
Okay, let's go to the batteries and we'll come back to that. Who is on batteries? Dawn?
Not a logistical question.
Shelley?
I have batteries. Go ahead. Okay. I talked to someone who's familiar with the lead acid battery, and I said there was being in the industry and was talking about they were talking about including that. And he said, well, what do you want to do with lead acid batteries? I mean, the very high percentage is being recycled. It's not like they're being thrown into ditches, although I'm sure it happens. But for the most part, the upper 90% of all batteries are being recovered. So if you were to do an EPR type program, what would you be doing the EPR for? Because there's not really a problem of collecting the batteries and getting them recycled, but the problem is more with the recycling facilities, I guess. Are they really doing the appropriate job in reducing the emissions and all this kind of thing to surrounding communities? So I guess there was some question about what we would actually do to encourage, other than maybe changing the technology from a different kind of battery. What would the EPR program, if we were to do? I think Nick had supported the concept the last time we met, and I'm not against it. But what would you be trying to do with an EPR program, given the fact that most, if not all, batteries are being recycled? Would you provide more funding to do a better job of recycling them, and so there'd be a fee charged on the sale of batteries that would go into a fund that would be used then to better manage the recycling process of lead acid batteries? I'm still trying to get my head around what we would actually do with the existing lead acid battery stream, other than to replace it. What would we be trying to do? How would we use an EPR type program if that was what we recommended to actually improve the situation on the management of lead-acid batteries. And frankly, I couldn't respond to them. So maybe others have thought more about this than perhaps I have.
Yeah, I think the most compelling thing we can do with the lead-acid batteries is to set the agenda in motion to discontinue them. It's not just about the post-consumer, it's also that we keep recycling the lead and mining new lead, which puts a lot of people in danger, not just in California, but all over the world. So I think working with the Safer Consumer Products Law to get that initiated, to say to industry we need another kind of battery that doesn't cause so much toxic hazards all over the world. If I get one thing out of this, I think to me that's a big deal. And we won't do it alone. We put it on the on the agenda. It's one of the 3 pilot studies. We work with the green chemistry group, and a lot of people all over the world will listen to us if California embarks on this. To me, that's just such a... Now, the problem already is there in Vernon, in Los Angeles, and you're right, there are a few things you could do with polluted soil. There are, phytoremediation and all kinds of things that people have tried before. If it's to deal with that particular situation, there are technologies that we can use, but they're short term. As long as we continue to use lead acid batteries, another community will pop up 10 years from now and we'll be recycling the same ideas. So to me, just eliminating them, finding alternatives is the single most compelling thing we can do.
Okay, great, thank you. Nick, are you a battery?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to say, I've been thinking about this, although I am not an expert in lead acid batteries, and frankly, I think we need probably slightly better experts than us who do know a lot about both the lead acid battery technology, but also recycling technologies. But I was thinking, we do have a lot of these batteries out there. We keep making them. We do need to recycle them, right? I mean, that's clearly preferred. But we need to do so in a cleaner way that doesn't affect communities. And I think that's where the producer responsibility could come in, would be funding much more sophisticated recycling. But that said, I don't know if there is much more sophisticated recycling. I'm not an expert on this, and I'm hoping we can delve into it a little bit more.
Okay, thank you. Are you on this topic, Virginia?
Yeah, I know the director, Lee, was pretty much informing us that they did not want to be permitted at any new sites, but I think it is short-term a little bit irresponsible not to, considering we don't have the alternatives yet, and I think we're going to be continuing to generate these for a little while. I think part of our focus should be on, let's get some really smart recycling places that aren't going to pollute and mess up EJ neighborhoods any more than they're already messed up. I think that we could put some of the resources into a short-term smart recycling technology until, I think these have to be concurrent. We don't have the alternatives yet, but one has to, we really need both in the meantime. And I know no one's going to want one in their backyard. I understand all of that. But I think it would be kind of irresponsible for us to ignore that this is an ongoing waste stream in the short term. We need to get the alternatives yesterday,
So
I now have an exit.
now you will have battery-related responses, so go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to note that as part of the People's Senate, we not only have representatives living near Exide, we also have residents near Quemeco, which is the other battery recycler in California. And so we have done a lot of comparisons between those communities because they're both part of it. And we know that what's happened in Exide is also happening in Quemeco. There is, lead contamination in those communities right now. They're at basically where Exide was several years ago, which is the more and more evidence that things are very, very bad in Quemeco. So I have a lot of doubt, given that the 2 battery recyclers we have in California, both are experiencing very similar problems. So, I don't think we are at all technologically in a space where we can just simply get a new site and expect that it will be any different than the 2 existing sites in California. So I very, very strongly agree with Dele's point. that we should take this time now, considering that we know what's happening with the 2 sites in California. We need to shift away from it and go to a new product.
Okay. And Cynthia,
I agree with that too, and I just wanted to add that I don't think we've been doing a very good job at recycling, and I think there's a hell of a lot more that can be done.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that fees are being collected. I know my husband just went and bought 3 batteries for his vehicles he's working on, and all of them had a $12 fee on there. And I thought, oh, I wonder what that fee is supposed to be for. You know, and I know there's a lot of people around that aren't around the table who are experts that we should have come in and enlighten us a little bit on some of this, because I've heard talk about new legislation on a battery fee, which sounds like there already is one, you know, to go and clean up some of these sites. And in the meantime, you know, we have to look at I know Quametco is supposedly leaps and bounds ahead of where Exide was, but I'm not an expert on that either, and I just worry about what Ingrid brought up. If we're just going to go find another site and make it toxic too, you know, we've already got 2 toxic sites full of the battery stuff, and you know, we need to plug into the timeline on that cleanup. I know that they'd like to heat up those kettles and get some of that, you know, $5 million I hear that's solidified of the lead in the kettles, and so there's a lot more going on there that I think more people should be aware of as we try to figure out this problem. But I too think the day has come and gone for that kind of stuff, you know.
so we're close to breaking for lunch.
Sorry, I do have something on the battery issue now.
Okay. So, Don, Virginia, are you in the battery issue? Okay, so we'll take those 2 comments, and then Ingrid and Don, you had some other ideas, and then we'll take our lunch break.
Yeah, the second issue is more logistics, but we can come back to that. So 2 things that occurred to me as with regard to utilizing the Safer Consumer Products program, I think we need to be careful not to assume and prejudge what the outcome will be. That process is an alternatives-based evaluation process. And DTSC staff has been really careful not to presume outcomes for that ahead of any listings, and really the intent around that was really to focus on the science associated with that. That's not to say that it couldn't, in this particular scenario, it may come to a decision where the team decides, yes, you know, a ban on lead acid batteries, you know, is the right thing to do. That's possible, but there are other things that they could require as well, but all of that is based on, you know, looking at performance, regrettable substitutes, and those sorts of things too. So I just want to say that I think we need to be careful not to prejudge whether it's this particular product issue or anything, to prejudge the outcome of that, because there are a whole variety of factors that need to be evaluated in that process. Second, respectfully, I think we all need to be clear, though, that there are a couple of conflicting things as I see it on the table here. One, we don't want to transport waste out of state. So with regard to this battery issue, you have, you know, waste left in the state that needs to be dealt with, but yet we don't want to transport it out of the state. At the same time, we're not willing to permit any new facilities, even, you know, with greater oversight, anything like that. So you have no ability to manage what's already here. Even in terms of looking at alternatives, getting new alternatives onto the market, that's not a turnaround 6-month, 8-month process. You have those products that are already in commerce now, and some that are, and even to find alternatives that are viable to replace those that are in all of our products today, that's not a short turnaround solution. So, you know, I just felt like it needed to be pointed out. You know, we're already in a conflict, as I see it, with not wanting to transport out, not wanting to permit facilities to deal with what's currently in the waste stream, and also at the same time wanting to push for reformulation and a ban without substitutes that work for all the sorts of products that these are already in. So I don't have a solution for any of that, but those are all conflicting issues that at some point on this issue, however we decide to put forward recommendations, we need to grapple with, I think.
Good, thank you. Virginia.
Real quick, just to tie it up, I do want I want to see these two existing recycling places do a better job. I think there is a way, we've got a lot of brains in the state. We can probably come up with ways to incentivize having these places pollute a little bit less in the short term until we have our dream alternative, which is no battery that has any toxic issues. But I do think we have a short-term responsibility to work with the sites we already have. We're not going to get new sites, but surely we can do better keeping these guys from polluting so much. I mean, I just think that let's not give up on that. I think we have to do something about that. And there's probably some technology, and I'm not the person that's going to be able to come up with that technology, but I think we need to force this situation to do better in the short term.
Okay. So it sounds like, A, we need to have at the next meeting somebody who can speak to some of the, the battery issues to look at what some might be. I mean, I hear three themes that keep coming up. One is how to make recovery and recycling facilities better or less polluting. Secondly, looking at these alternatives to changing batteries from having toxic components. And third, setting in motion kind of how would you go about discontinuing the use of these batteries to something else. I mean, so those are three different approaches that could be combined, they could be separate, but those are three things I heard pretty clearly. Paul, are you going to speak to this before we?
Yeah, just very briefly.
I just have one comment if I could. There is an article this past week that says lithium-ion batteries are feasible for using for starting cars, but they cost about 10 times as much as a lead-acid battery. So if you were to just use economics, you'd have to put an EPR fee of about $100 or more on a battery to make it equivalent to a lithium-ion.
Paul?
I just want to say that I really appreciate the insight and the dialogue here, and obviously with the lead-acid batteries, the next step is to put together a specific work plan. And all this discussion, this would go into our work plan, and it's not too late to start developing that work plan and identifying exactly the what and the how and the specific strategies and the focus and what exactly do we want to accomplish. So.
Okay, good. So,
can I ask one question? So I'm not, this battery issue is not a place that I really, or an issue and the details of which I understand a lot about, but one of the questions I have that would be helpful to have some information on is what the current fees on batteries go towards. What do they fund? Is it just DTSC oversight of those facilities? I mean, what is that money for? Where does it go? Who does it benefit? Without knowing that, I mean, one of the things that just occurs to me is
DTSC has no fee on batteries.
There's a federal fee.
It's a federal fee.
Actually, the best I can tell, it is a manufacturer/retail core charge, which is operated on many auto repair sorts of core deposits on equipment. If you replace your alternator or starter on your vehicle, you pay a core charge to the retailer. You bring it back, and it's just that. So it's not a government fee. As best I've been able to research and find out, there is no state agency, no local agency that is collecting this money. If the core doesn't get returned, I believe the retailer keeps the core charge.
Okay, Ingrid.
Yeah, I had a question. No, I had a question about this document here, the top waste generated in California, the waste stream. The second row is waste oil and mixed oil. And it looks from this that we are a importer of waste oil and mixed oil, but a substantial amount. And I was wondering if I'm reading that right and why that would be. What is that? Why are we taking in all this waste oil? Yeah, I didn't get that either.
Should we look at that over the lunch hour?
I think we should. I need to ask my team where the.
California has the
That's what I was trying to figure out.
It's money. Oregon and Washington don't, and I don't think Nevada does, Arizona, Michigan, I'm not sure. It all comes into that.
We'll modify this over the lunch hour. As part of our conversation about criteria after. Okay? So let's take a lunch break now until 1:50. We'll move to the agenda momentarily. I just want to let those who are tracking this broadcast to just let people know that you can send any comments or questions to Amelia Hicks' email, which is at the bottom of the screen, amelia.hicks@dtsc.ca.gov. So if anybody following this podcast has any questions or comments, please send them in and we'll try to respond to them during the afternoon session. I think we primarily got through the primary focus areas, so I want to do a recap of some of the projects to make sure we captured those, and then we'll look at some selection criteria and have a conversation around that, and that'll be a good time to go through what the people sent us has come up with. And then we'll look at an example of a template being filled in for a battery-related project. So what I captured, and this will be included in your meeting summary, so you don't necessarily need to write this down, but obviously something around batteries, the supercritical water oxidation for DDT, pharmaceuticals and sharp objects, needles as one, e-waste, propane tanks, as an example of household hazardous waste, and other people also kind of reiterated they thought something to do with household hazardous waste might be productive. Asbestos, oil refineries, metal shredders, oil waste, organic solvents, and if I caught it correctly, marine flares. Is that right? So those were kind of 11 fairly specific topics. Obviously, each one has to be built out in much more detail, but those are some of the topics. And then under batteries, the three areas the discussion seemed to move forward was improving recycling, so that what is done at recycling facilities is safer, the whole recovery recycling process. Exploring alternatives to lead-based batteries, and then setting the agenda for discontinuing the use of lead-acid batteries. And those seem to be the three main themes related to batteries. So I guess the first question, as a summary, does this capture it? Did anybody make a suggestion that is not up here? Recognizing that all these need to be fleshed out in much more detail.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
So are we assuming that the actual Exide cleanup is being handled separately from this process? Or is that part of our charge here too?
So there's two parts to this. There's the actual battery part, which we know will be handling that. Then there is the broader scope pilot projects that we discussed, which would be cleanup waste, and how we narrow down the focus or the pilot projects. That's something we have to discuss.
Right, that's understandable, but the general cleanup of the Exide and the community around Exide, that's happening separately from this, right? Or were you envisioning?
In real time, and I'm not sure how this would intersect that effectively.
That's what I assumed. I just want to make sure.
Well, but good point of clarification.
But if the issue is also contaminated soils, and you're trying to minimize contaminated soils, go to disposal, wouldn't that cleanup be effective?
It would, I think, to just be honest, it would be difficult to intersect the timing of this project, our ability to look at alternatives to disposal in real time that would affect decisions being made today on generation of contaminated soil in the Exide community as that cleanup proceeds. There may be a nexus at some point, but again, we're not looking to hold up anything Exide project related in the short term in trying to look at anything through this.
So I like that the decisions have been finally made, but I guess the concept would be that you'd be able to direct much of that for off-site disposal, the lead contaminated soil.
So I guess it's a timing. If we come up with a pilot new way of treating soils, getting lead out, and the pilot is successful before the end of the cleanup of Exide facility and the surrounding neighborhoods, there's no reason why whatever new technology we come up with.
Yes, to put it a different way, to the extent that the timing of the Exide cleanup and this project do coincide, if there's something that comes of this that could influence, that makes available something that would be part of the timing and sequencing of the Exide decision-making, there's no reason it couldn't be integrated.
But DTSC is not waiting for us.
My strong sense, I don't foresee that timing being together that quickly, but that said, it may. I won't rule it out.
How far along in the decision-making process is the DTSC with respect to how that contaminated soil is going to be handled?
I think they're generating contaminated.
As we speak.
Yeah, it's being excavated and then redisposed. They're not doing any outside encapsulation at this point.
Again, I'm not the expert at myself, forgive me if I'm speaking of what I don't know, but I don't believe there's any on-site encapsulation. I think it's digging and moving around the homes that are affected.
Okay, yes.
I have something on the Exide, just something to throw out there. As far as recycling of lead batteries, I know we don't really want to send them elsewhere, but we might want to consider if there is someone else in the country that is doing a better job and not impacting communities surrounding the facility, that might be an option. And also, as Dawn mentioned, we do have to deal with what we have in state. So, I mean, if we are looking at dealing with what we have left and moving on to not producing lead batteries anymore in the state, then what about like IQ Air, or like the equipment that's used in recycling the batteries and to reduce emissions and handling, indoor air, and just, I don't know if any of that's been already looked at. I remember seeing an article, I think it was LA Times, that talked about there were emissions and that something indoors, the equipment was not up to par. So, I don't know.
Thank you. Cynthia?
Well, I would suggest that when Jane Williams comes to talk to us about the SCRO, she is on the technical CAG, I think they're calling it, for Exide, and she has a wealth of information on what has been looked at for remediation, what hasn't. I've mentioned some things to her because we have long drives together to meetings. We live in the same area, and she was basically saying there wasn't time to look at something else other than dig and haul. But I submitted back to her that right now they're just really touching the iceberg of how many homes they have to look at. They think that this 10,000 is like a lot of homes they're looking at, but we pretty much have seen the writing on the wall, and it's going to be a lot more than that. So possibly because there's going to be phases of cleanups, that's something that we would come up with here could be, implemented in the next phase, because we're talking, I think they found really high levels, I don't know the number, but 2.5 miles away, and so far they've only been looking in this, I think, 1 square mile radius, and that's from their technical expert that they've hired, Dr. Wells, is a lead fallout expert, so transportation and fallout. So I think there's a lot of stuff we've raised, and it would really be great to have some of the folks that have been, working on that give us some pointers and help focus us in a little bit better. And possibly we can help focus them out a little bit too.
Very good. Thank you. So, I think we've captured the summary of main ideas here, and I think what we'll be looking for, we'll talk more about this later in the day, is to build these out using the template so there can be very clear understanding of these. Now, next what we want to talk about, though, will hopefully help in that process, and maybe even what we talked about today might guide a little bit which of these we really focus on. Maybe we'll do those that are interested in these, we'll do all of them. It may be after talking a little bit about selection criteria and priorities, maybe it'll win some of them out. We'll see. So I think the way to have this conversation is maybe to start with Sonia talking about the 5 guiding principles that the People's Senate has developed, and let's walk through those and see how the rest of the group feels about those, and then we'll look at some of the selection criteria that Eric and Jerry pointed out last week for last meeting. I guess it almost was last week. for selection and see where that takes us, to see if we can maybe identify some priorities. So if you would, just kind of walk us through this one.
Sure. So People's Senate came up with 5 guiding principles for selecting pilot projects we really like the committee to consider. And the first one being, I'm just going to read it out loud, and we gave you guys each a copy. The selection of pilot projects is one of the most important functions of this committee, as it will dictate who will bear the primary benefits of projects to reduce hazardous waste generation in the state. The selection will benefit from robust public participation that may not be possible if this stage of the initiative is fast-tracked as currently proposed. So not only should DTSC extend the time for the CPHWR to provide recommendations on the selection of the pilot projects, it should devote one of the planned public meetings before the pilot project selections have been finalized to allow for more robust dialogue with those impacted by these decisions. So we talked about possibly having a public meeting down south might be an option for us. And then number 2, the pilot projects should focus on industry-wide waste reduction projects or improved processes rather than a particular chemical or site in order to maximize the waste reduction potential of the pilot projects. Number 3, the goal of the pilot project should be broader than reducing the disposal of waste at landfills and recognize the impacts of hazardous waste treatment, storage, and recycling on communities near these facilities receiving hazardous waste. 4, given the controversial nature of site remediation and widespread discontent and distrust with DTSC on behalf of communities seeking improved cleanups, the pilot project should not seek reductions of hazardous waste generation from contaminated soil. Number 5, pilot projects should seek to maximize potential benefits to overburdened communities. One way to achieve this is to seek opportunities to reduce pollution in industries where both the site of generation and the ultimate disposal impact vulnerable communities. So those are the...
Okay, so reactions to this set of ideas? Dawn?
So I too would appreciate more time. I mean, I understand the interest in kind of hitting the ground running and being able to provide direction so that the director and staff can make their decisions. However, part of the challenge that I'm feeling pressure for is, part of the expectation here was to go out to our respective communities and, share the information, discussions we've had here, but also obtain feedback and, potential suggestions. And yet it's only been a week and I've not, with the holidays, spring breaks, so families are, on travel, to be able to turn around feedback on, these and any other potential ideas, folks that I work with and represent might want to bring forward. This is not sufficient time. And so, we want to be, helpful. We want to certainly provide beneficial feedback and engagement, but we're going to need more time to provide recommendations, much less be able to react to, those that are discussed today, the lead acid battery discussion and others. So I agree that more time would be helpful, not only to do kind of our work and outreach, but also I agree to have, the business community have an opportunity to come in ahead of making these decisions to provide feedback as well. I mean, we have someone from the battery community here who probably will utilize public comment at the end of this meeting, but I think there needs to be a more robust discussion from stakeholders, about that issue in general, and the others that are potentially on the table.
Other thoughts?
It's just a response to, so I think more time is always beneficial, but my understanding also from last presentation by the director is that there's a timeline, and maybe it would be helpful for us to have that in a real line. Here are the things we need to get done by a certain date. And if we need to ask for extension on a very specific outcome, let's say more deliberation, more meeting, then we see if we can adjust the other aspects of the timeline to make sure that the outcome of this process is still meaningful for those who are paying for it. I mean, that's all.
Okay. Ingrid?
I mean, one thing we could think of is having a staggered approach, in that we know one of the topics is going to be batteries. And so that could be a place to start, but rather than throwing all three down at once, getting the analysis that we need to all three, kind of get work plans for all three, instead of doing that, kind of try to do one sequentially. So that would give us more time to really think hard about the other two.
Okay. Cynthia?
Well, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I've spent 23 years thinking about all this shit going on at my site, and I'm ready to roll, and it's mostly because I've looked at what's there, and it's just not happening. And I know that I live in I wish I lived more in a state world, but I live more in a federal Superfund roll over anybody gets in your way world. And so, I think that some things may take more time, and that's maybe where we want to look at staggering, but I think that some things like the large piles of soil contamination, or the fact that, this agency is ready to roll on that one project, hopefully, in part because they helped create it by letting it go into the voluntary cleanup program. But, I would like to roll on what we can, because that project and probably others, one day I know I'm going to wake up and the waste is going to be gone with no notification to the community, and it's just going to be the same old thing. And I think that for us and for others is going to be an opportunity missed, because this can be applied to other areas of just not my site, but just really even with the X site and other places where you're just digging up and hauling. And if I understand that people don't want to have more hazardous sites cited in California, for probably because of the poor job that's happened in the past. But it just breaks my heart to think that, we're just shipping it off into somebody else's backyard, and because now all of a sudden time is of the essence to move forward. So I think where you have projects that there's been a lot of thoughtful consideration around, we should have the folks come in and bring us up to speed, and then we can decide, well, it sounds like maybe this has enough teeth to move forward. Maybe this one needs a little bit more, because 3 is very small, and I think we're supposed to be working together for about 1.5 years. We could, get those 3 out and, keep working in that direction until we hit all those main areas. I don't think it should have to be where we're picking the worst of all the evils. We should just be trying to, get our hands around the ones we have a grasp on now, what's really critically and important coming up, grab a handle on that, and keep going. So I know there's not a lot of time, but that was kind of written in the instructions of what we're trying to do. The only thing that wasn't really written in there was the battery thing, and that's the hook that the governor's decided to throw in several arenas, including CEQA exemptions for Exide, which a lot of people don't agree with. So those are some of the parameters, I think. And, it is hard. Maybe I just have an easier network. I've already met with all my agencies except with this EPA, because they're the bullies in the room. And I've met 3 times with the LAEJ network folks to kind of vet that. I don't know a whole lot of people outside of that. That's why I'm glad you guys are here, because you have your whole group of people to pool with. But I certainly respect the fact that people think they need more time. I guess I'm just expressing that I'm very anxious to seize opportunities that might be in front of us.
So before we go on to some of the other folks, I'm interested in if I understand the supercritical water oxidation project, that would run counter to People's Sentence number 4. Correct me if I'm wrong. It is.
That is correct.
It would be, okay.
I do want to go back to the People's Senate, because I think there's some specifics about this project that differentiate it between some of the fears of the community, namely that the community is already engaged on this issue and wants it, so that's really important to us. The biggest, where this came from is, the history of this initiative, which is that people are very frightened still that DTSC is using this for leave-in place, and that that this is being used as a way to not have as robust cleanups. And I understand that this particular pilot project on its face seems like that's not what DTSC is doing, and that's why I want to go back. But I also know that people's distrust of DTSC is so high that they may still see it in the same way, because it's DTSC has ulterior motives here, and we need to get over that public distrust in order to have a successful three pilot projects. And so if this happens, and then the 13 communities, or a whole bunch of communities that have these fears, don't jump on board, I could see this really, suddenly DTSC is going to be, face a defensive posture. So we need to do the proper vetting based on this distrust, and that's why I thought, given the vast array of pilot projects we could do, we are needlessly, going into that one area where I know there's going to be potential conflict. And so our initial thing was like, well, let's avoid it because there are these other things that we know everyone is going to be on board. So that being said, we'll go back and we'll talk to them about it, understanding that it's a little bit different than what the worst fears were. But that is kind of where that came from.
Okay. That's helpful to know. Let's hear a couple other comments. I have just a couple observations from a process standpoint of how this might work if you were to extend the time. But Virginia, I think you were next, and then Dawn.
It's sort of hit on the same thing. I don't want to limit ourselves with number 4. I do think that maybe, and I don't know, I'm not a in situ contamination expert, but there might be some in situ contamination way we could deal with something on site. Now, we would have to vet it, make sure the science is there and nobody is impacted, and certainly maybe do some, additional work with the community to let them know. But that might actually be a more responsible way. I don't want to throw that out as an option yet, because I'm kind of intrigued by number 2 up here. Mm-hmm. I think that, but I'm afraid that's going to eliminate. I don't know. I just have concerns on 4. I think it limits us a little more than we need to be here.
Okay, thank you, Dawn.
Yeah, my comments actually go along that same vein. I guess I'm just wondering, the way the director characterized this particular pilot project. I was thinking about it, and the paper that Cynthia put together, I was thinking about it more in terms of, okay, if we can get traction, is this maybe a viable technology to be used that maybe it could be helpful in addressing some of those challenges elsewhere? And so I guess I wouldn't want to take that off the table either. I don't think.
It's the number 1 thing on this list.
Yeah, presuming it was something that was workable and you could translate to addressing other contaminated sites. I think that's, in terms of scalability, I guess that's how I was looking at that particular one. Mm-hmm. So I guess I'm just wondering, maybe you could explain, because I'm not sure I fully understand the challenge there.
So there's a historical context here, and it's not really getting to the merits of this particular project. Sure. And I admit that. Yeah. And it's not really coming from me, and I will say that too.
Yeah, and I want to learn from learn.
So when Kettleman City got approved, there was a 50% hazardous waste reduction initiative for disposal in California. And as somebody who worked with Kettleman, I was very excited about this initiative and started working on legislation, to really characterize it and put it in statute in terms of what this would mean, and including things restricting, leave in place, like all of these things that I thought was going to address the overarching community concerns that DTSC had ulterior motives, which I think perhaps was legitimate based on some comments that were made at that time by the previous director. Despite all of our best efforts at putting in all of these protections, that this is not going to come from more leave in place, and people were still very, very reluctant to get on board and even opposed this statute that I worked on. So I'm saying I know, that the frustrations and the distrust runs so deep that it would be very hard, in my mind, to overcome it. That being said, I will, present this, and to the group. But it's not really about the actual project. It's so much that I think there needs to be quite a lot of work done in repairing relationships before we can move forward with this contaminated soil stuff. Just based on history. And so that's just a reality that we're facing. The other thing is, you know, even though I agree with this, you know, it would be really great to reduce the disposal of contaminated soil at landfills. As somebody who works with communities near landfills, I agree with that. But I also know that there's hundreds and hundreds of potential pilot projects here. And so by saying, you know, do we want to wait in this? We can. We can. I know that I might be hearing back from the people that I work with, being like, they're putting one over on you, Ingrid, and I know I will hear that. And so I prefer not to go down that road, you know, based on my relationships with people. And I certainly don't want to be the one like defending DTSC's honor in this. So that's just where we stand with the very, very deep distrust of community. It really is impacting things.
I'm sorry, I still, so the concern,
Excuse me.
so I'm so sorry.
People that want-
Sorry.
Cynthia, you're next. Then Virginia.
So, you know, there is a lot of distrust, and community groups vary, as you can imagine. You can't lump us all into one. Some work together, some don't. I think when it comes down to somebody attacking any of us, we all manage to stick together for that point. But, you know, I will say people get over their distrust at different times, and maybe it's not even getting over their distrust. It's the fact that I'll speak for me. If I don't advocate and work hard for my community, it's not going to happen. And so the agency isn't going to come in and save me. EPA isn't going to come in and save me. It's the passion and the people that I know that live in that community that are similar to people in other communities that drives me to find out the proper solutions. So it's hard when you have that feeling of mistrust. And it doesn't mean that I don't still have it, but I'm a little smarter now. I get a little bit more involved. But also, I do want to try and help the agency be better. I keep reading things that don't make me feel too optimistic sometimes on that, but this is what we have. This is, until we don't have it and we're starting over again, but this is what we have. And so I appreciate that you want to check in with folks, but I also want to be a little territorial and say, you know, this is this part of the world down here. And I'm just going to say it like that, and you can carry that back for me if you wouldn't mind. And I wouldn't be proposing anything that's going to put my community at any more harm than it is right now with the vapor intrusion and all the other shenanigans going on. And so I hope that this will apply to other things. This quote technology just didn't pop up yesterday. It's just not something that's been uplifted because it's cheaper to burn and it's cheaper to dig it up and go bury it in somebody else's neighborhood. So it may be a little bit more costly, but the thing that I think our groups have always said is there's always this figure that's missing in the cost-benefit analysis, and it's the cost to the people living in the communities. And so I get it. Some coalitions work a lot different than others, you know. Ours, pretty much, we all kind of think the same, and if one's going for it, we're all going for it, and if that works for you, great, let's try and see what we can get done. Other folks have a different process sometimes, a more vetted process. So I don't think anything should be off the table. I try to get over my distrust, and I think that I put my trust more in individuals than I do in a whole agency, and it makes a big difference to me who's sitting there. Unfortunately, the director position has been a revolving door for way too long, and I do appreciate the fact that Barbara hasn't run and turned around and run, because we're never going to get anywhere. When Debbie Raphael brought up the 50% reduction, I remember the next thing that I saw on the internet was the little thing DTSC puts out on its projects. Those are great things, we want to show you what we're doing. And one of them was like, I don't remember exactly, but 100,000 truckloads of lead-contaminated soil leaving Terminal Island so that they could put a tank farm on top of it. And I thought, wow, really? And I called her up, and I'm like, you know, I hear what you're saying, and I really want to support that, but I think that there are some sites that should be a higher priority than the tank farm coming in and those truckloads. And so that's where I have this interest, and plus I have the interest in having, like I said before, going to Kettleman City and seeing what's going on there, and I'm just not going to be a party to it, and as long as my community supports me, we're not, but we shouldn't be adding to our burden either, and so they are very complicated situations, and hopefully this group will be able to help our constituents bridge that gap so that we can truly see what can be done, and if that can't be done, boom, move on to the next, because the problems, you know, these legacy wastes are not going away, and people are going to continue to manufacture the cheapest way they can unless there's incentives and things that other people have brought to the table. So that's all I have to say on that, but I do feel a little territorial, and I hope that my colleagues in other environmental justice communities will have some faith in the work that I've been doing for 23 years, and don't be a boulder in my road, because my road is rocky as it is. So,
Well, thanks for that. I mean, I also think it's appropriate to maybe just say something about the context of this. First of all, I appreciate the fact that the People Senate presented this, because it gives us a foundation for a good discussion, right? So that's really useful. It's also true that, you know, this is not something we're going to vote on. It's also true that it's not something that, I mean, I think it's more information potentially to help guide Barbara's decision, but she has many other criteria she's got in mind too, right? So I think as a vehicle, though, for a good, robust dialogue like this, it's really good. And then I think insofar as it may give ideas for a direction to take, also really good. So I appreciate that. But so I want us to kind of play off this, but realize there are other things that need to go into this conversation about criteria. And I think this exchange as it's gone on is a terrific way to kind of move that forward. I think next is Virginia, then Delhi, then Zonia, and then Chuck.
I'll keep it really brief. I do feel strongly that there is no way when we throw something away, that we have to be very responsible about where we're putting this stuff. And I don't want it to go into another EJ area, but I think that each one of these decisions is sort of its own project. I think this group could easily add some technology for on-site treatment, in situ treatment, ways we're not going to just truck it to somebody else's neighborhood. But I think that we should be discussing some of these options on treating this waste and not adding to it, especially since it's our number one problem. It's a huge problem. I don't think we're going to bite off very much of it, but I think we could give some pretty good advice here on what to do with it a little bit better than what we are. Taking it from here and putting it there. I mean, that's just, or putting it in another state. I mean, it's just not okay. It's very irresponsible to deal with it that way. And so I don't want it off the table, but I do agree this is going to be very controversial. I'm not sure we're going to make a lot of dents, but I think this is the group to say, hey, let's stop putting it from here to there and do something better. And why not hire somebody to figure it out or look at some of these technologies. But I just don't want to give up yet. Okay, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. I just wanted more information on what the nature of the distrust is, and I think I got it from the discussion going on. So,
multiple layers.
Okay, thank you.
So I just wanted to say to Cynthia, or ask the question, I think it's my understanding that it's a Superfund site, and I'm just curious, there are insurance companies involved. Why aren't they paying for that process to take place for cleaning up the soil?
Well, this one particular piece is not, it is Superfund site waste, but it's not on the site. And so the polluters for the DDT waste is the notorious law firm Latham & Watkins, and the insurance company, that's the entity, and the insurance company bond monies have already been allocated. I think they built a way too expensive treatment system. So what's going to happen is this treatment system for the groundwater is going to take 5,000 years just to contain. Well, probably the 4,500 years, the state's going to be picking up the operation and maintenance, which is disgusting, and I'm trying to stop that as well. So this particular waste is in, so Montrose is here, and the waste drainage came off of the site and went off into the ocean, to the Palos Verdes Peninsula. So this one little piece that's an industrial property right now on the other side of our community is where it ran through. And so this person decided that he wanted to make a lot of money on putting townhomes there.
So he started this process, and then when we found out about it, they had already entered into a voluntary cleanup program with DTSC. They circumvented EPA, even though we told EPA. How did it go from Superfund site to voluntary cleanup site? We had those discussions until it became, here's this huge pile, the winds came, the rain came, it's blowing all over. They found the DDT in people's homes now. And so, the polluter, Montrose, has basically said, this stuff was 18 feet under the ground and nobody could get to it. But you dug it up. You let them dig it up. So while everybody's arguing about it, the community continues to be exposed. So I think it's a small enough piece that if we could show that supercritical water oxidation is awesome. Once you buy the system, you can use it over again. We're teaching the polluters a cheaper way to clean it up rather than what they think is the cheap way right now, leaving it there for everybody to deal with after they're dead and gone. And so I think that's the piece that we're looking at, because certainly it is Superfund, and really our biggest obstacle is going to be the US EPA, because they're stuck on being webcast. They're stuck in a position right now where they've made a decision and they're going to stand by it and keep pushing it through, even though it's become evident there might be a better way to do things. So DTSC is involved because it's going to become part of under the state cleanup program, and so that's kind of all the stuff around ours. So we're not letting Montrose off the hook. We're trying to show something better, and then once everybody sees that, it's going to be very hard for Montrose to just keep going down that same path, which they're in litigation now in the courts, and they're pretty much blocking us from everything that we're trying to look at right now.
Thank you for that. Chuck, you
Yeah, first of all, with respect to the People's Senate, I do have a problem with number 4. I think all the other ones I don't have a problem with. But I am concerned that we'd be limiting the possibility of looking at pilot projects for contaminated soil or remediation projects. And I think Barbara Lee's statement earlier today about looking at an alternative technology to handle DTT contaminated soil has merit and shouldn't be excluded out of hand simply because it's a remediation project, particularly if that could result in a course of action that would protect the surrounding community and not generate a waste that would be of concern have it going elsewhere. Believe me, I've seen a lot of DDT soil cleanups over the years, and it's not a good thing to do to move that stuff around. With respect to lead contaminated soils and the disposal, I guess I have to take a stab at trying to challenge some of the perceptions there, because if you've got a community that is living on top of lead contamination, and you've got pica children possibly eating the soils or ingesting it, or eating lead off of walls or anything like that, it's better to get that lead out of the community. And I would argue that an off-site redisposal of that contamination, whether it's in Kettleman or Buttonwillow or in Utah or Idaho or Nevada, is a better option if you can be assured that the off-site disposal repository, there's no pathway for that to get to a affected party. And we may have disagreement about that, but my own personal belief is you put it in a well-designed, well-maintained residual repository, and there's no way for lead-contaminated soil, the molecules, or the atoms of lead or the associated molecules to migrate unless there is an organic lead compound, for example, that could possibly get into the air. But lacking an organic lead compound, that lead's going to stay in that soil if that's a well-maintained, and that's a better option than leaving that lead in the community that could be exposed through pica children or any of a number of different potential pathways. I don't think that off-site disposal should be the highest and best option. You ought to be going source reduction, you ought to be looking at recycling, you ought to be looking at treatment. But even lower than off-site disposal is the release of these kinds of compounds or atoms or molecules to the
to the atmosphere, to the surrounding in a completely distributed fashion or unregulated fashion or marginally regulated fashion. So I would argue it's better to put it into a residual repository where it's going to be continuously monitored forever. Any potential pathways for it to migrate are going to be under control, and you're not putting it into the air, you're not putting it into the water, you're doing everything you can. So I would ask those folks on this advisory committee that are part of representing communities that are clearly being impacted by activities that one would hope should never happen, but don't totally eliminate the idea that maybe there may be some options for certain kinds of waste, certain kinds of contamination that are better managed in an off-site redisposal facility than other options. And I tell you, economics has to play a role. It may be possible to treat lead-contaminated soils, but do you want to? Caltrans, for example, today goes around and when they find lead contamination due to the decades of use of lead in gasoline that's been deposited on roadways, they typically scoop it up and bury under the new roadway project. So it's being protected from being accessible to people that could ingest it or somehow take it into their bodies. But it is being redisposed in that fashion. I think that's something that you have to keep on the table as a possible option for certain kinds of residual waste.
Okay, thank you.
Get off my soapbox now, Larry. Thank you.
Well, it's good to be kind of expressing the philosophies and that'll help shape the dialogue. Virginia, are you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. So before we go on to address one of the other aspects of the People's Senate piece, and the issue that's come up is about like having a public meeting to look at, extending the time so you can have a public meeting before final selection is made. And I think it'd be good to have a little bit more discussion around that in light of a couple things. First of all, I think, and this is kind of my understanding of things, that this team was put together to basically liaison to all the major stakeholder groups in the state, right? Industry, environmental justice, environment. Arguably, not every group has a voice here, but the main ones do. So in a way, you are the proxy for the publics that would potentially come to a meeting, for the most part. And the fact that you guys work through, bring the Senate together and talk and share with that is another way of kind of making sure the word gets out, and others have other collaboratives that you can express what's going on and getting feedback from. So I think we just need to think about, what would that really look like? Does it raise perhaps false expectations about what that input is going to mean? And as somebody who works in public involvement a lot, to me this is like one of the very first things to think about in holding public meetings is the correct expectations. Because we know we're going to do something in batteries, while I know we have to kind of work out some of the perspectives around the project, the squat.
We'll be squatting later.
It's not a sure thing, but there's a lot of support for it. We'll see where that goes. There's one other slide, or maybe there's two, depending on how the rest of the group feels about the oxidation process. There's not huge opportunity to create a list of 7 or 8 things that a lot of people can weigh in on. And if we have a large kind of public forum for this, we will get lots of ideas. And if we do it, we just need to make sure that people understand it's a forum for getting other ideas to make sure we've covered all the bases. But people need to understand it comes through this committee and then it goes to the director. And so I just think we need to think through the value of that, particularly given you guys are all supposed to be liaison and to the various communities. And and then of course DTSC has to look at the timeline and figure out whether they think you can support that concept as well, given the pushback it would require on time. There's just a number of issues. I just wanted to raise those because it's not necessarily just a real straightforward decision to make for a variety of reasons. I just kind of wanted to put that out there. If other people have thoughts on at least kind of the perspective I've shared, it'd be great to get some of those. Yeah, Don.
So I appreciate those comments. I think certainly, I've committed to reaching out to, the business community. That said, I'm not an expert in, each of these particular potential project-related issues. And so although, I know enough to be dangerous in a lot of areas, I don't think that I'm comfortable foreclosing the opportunity for those directly affected by these to be able to share insights as to what they're doing, and whether or not that results in any different action by this committee. I think we all need to be able to hear from our respective constituencies about those concerns, let those or even the proactive things that are already occurring. As has been mentioned a few times, that we only have 3 slots here for pilot projects. Well, I mean, with something in the battery realm, maybe only 2. And so if there is work already being done proactively by a particular industry that may, may make this committee feel like, okay, we don't need to focus on that. We'll watch that, monitor that particular industry sector to see how that, pans out. We may decide that we want to place focus somewhere else. And I think, as great as it would be for all of us to come back and provide that feedback, there's only, so much time all of us have to come up to speed on each of these individual proposals. And I think we should hear from those industries directly, obviously representing the business community, but similarly, hearing from other stakeholders, academia, others, at the EJ community, that what's important to them, and being able to kind of all hear the dialogue together and making sure that I'm not mischaracterizing something that I, have been told by any one of, my colleagues in a particular industry sector.
Well, one possibility, and I'm just going to throw this out here for discussion, one possibility would be to go ahead and move forward with whatever templates, or filling in whatever templates we think make sense based on this list and based on today's conversation. And then put those out there through your various networks to explore and get reactions to, and say, is there anything missing? We proceed with the meeting in April to bring in maybe some battery folks and bring in some of the folks on the oxidation process, both of which have been suggested earlier, to get a little more detail on those 2, while there's some review going on of these others and this question of, hey, is there something we're missing? And then be able to come back, fairly soon after that with any other ideas that your constituencies are suggesting. And then that may require a meeting to bring in, and let's just say there's still a handful of other projects you want to consider. Maybe we have to bring in some of the experts or other resources to flesh those out a little bit. But I think the key being, since the whole thing has to be done in June, I think, that's the kind of pushback, is how do we move this, June of 17, how do we move this forward not too much, how do we move this forward in a way that is both inclusive with the proper information to make good decisions, but also kind of moves along. So Ingrid's idea of some kind of a staggered approach may actually make a lot of sense, right? Get the battery folks in here next time, give you guys some ideas on what you might want to do there, and then at a subsequent meeting, look at some of the other projects, get what other expertise we need in for those, and then, that might be the best approach to move forward, to kind of combine the opportunity for input plus kind of moving along timelines. These are all just, food for thought. Yes. So let's go with, do you want to respond?
I just want to build on what you said. I completely agree with Greg, because the worst thing that can happen is that we spend so much time up front trying to pick the perfect pilot project, engage everybody, answer every question we have, and then we find ourselves up against the deadline, and we have such limited time to do any meaningful work and make tangible difference. So it is a balance, and I know in the last meeting I shared with you our timeline. It was very aggressive, and we completely understand the need for engaging other people, getting feedback, and I'm a strong advocate for starting with the end in mind and putting more planning up front, so I sympathize with your request. But all what I'm asking for is thinking of a balance. We do have the June 2017 to have the report in place, which, working it backwards, as early as January or February next year, we need to start looking at what information we collected from the pilot projects, how do we present it, what does it mean, analyzing it. So that doesn't really leave us much time for the actual digging into the project. And I see that's where the crux of the work should be also, so that we can explore things and evaluate them and come up with options that do make a difference. So all what I'm asking here is for you to help us put a good timeline and like a balance between everything.
Okay, so Cynthia, Ingrid, and then Don. Thank you, Paul.
So I think transparency for our communities is really going to be important. You have this website set up. Besides just the minutes, there really should be more on there, a little bit more about how we came through these thought processes. And I was, thinking the other day, sometimes I think too much, but I was thinking about me and how I lead my community. And I too, as people move in and out of my community, the new people sometimes are just like, wow, they're freaking out on something I've known for 15 years and it's heavy and you don't go, hey, psh, I already got this. You have to be very compassionate and make that space. But I think there's been times when I've made too much space for that and I've lost the opportunity to actually move something forward. And in self-reflection, I reminded myself, well, that's what a leader is. A leader is making sure that you create that space, but that you lead. Because certainly if the new people come in, and I'm just talking about my community, I'm not talking about anybody else's groups, they knew then either they wouldn't have moved there to begin with, or they would be down the road with their thoughts. And so I think that we have been brought here to lead, and we have to figure out the best way for us to reach out to those that we work with and support and reassure them or not, depending on how people are feeling. But I think that we do need to lead. We need to move forward, and we need to be transparent, and we need to have those conversations. But this is a group that I think was brought together so that we could actually get something done. It's smaller. It's not set up to be consensus-based. And so it's really, I think, whoever selected us was trying to get the cream of their crop of folks to put some best stuff forward. And in my community that I love very much, you wouldn't believe some of the things I get called sometimes, by people who I love. But that's just because there's just so much going on, and you just have to have the confidence, that you're doing the right thing and lead. If I brought all these things to my community, they would probably still be talking to me about Porter Ranch, and why is Porter Ranch getting all this attention? And we are Porter Ranch. Everybody's Porter Ranch. So the best way that we can bring it back, I think a public meeting would be good at some point. I think the timing on having that, I don't think that you've talked about public meetings. Maybe we'd like to hear a little bit more about what your guys' thoughts were of even putting that in there, because, you talked about expectations, and certainly we thought we saw some with that wording in there. Maybe somebody thought something different, like, well, we're just going to go announce to folks what we've come up with, and I think what other people are expressing, maybe everybody's not going to be all effervescent about that if they don't understand how you got there.
Very good, thank you. Ingrid?
I just wanted to note, looking at examples of similar types of processes at DTSC, that the external stakeholder advisory group, I forget the name of it, they took 6 months to come up with their list of kind of priority industries, and I think that was not just, one meeting a month. I think that was quite a few meetings, and it was people that were the BDOs of the agencies and, very, very knowledgeable people. And, I look at the safer consumer products, how long it took to select those products. So these are the examples of the, and I actually think that one took too long. But, I feel that the most important role that this committee plays is in this selection. What are the opportunities out there? Which ones should DTSC be looking at? And that's being given the shortest amount of time. So it is concerning to me. And then from a personal standpoint, I do think we're going a little scattershot about this, where, we threw up 10 ideas that were not, that were the product of some thinking, but it's not, I had wanted to do a ton more research. I want to look at all of the examples of all those industries. Like, there's so much more that can be done in order to be fully informed. And so I am a bit concerned about the usefulness of our opinions on 10 things that we came up with within a 2-week period without having a lot of time for back and forth and education. So, I mean, I think it's, does DTSC want our best work? And if so, then I think we should extend the time. If DTSC wants a very quick thing, then you're not going to get our best thinking. And that's the trade-off. And so I guess DTSC can decide, whether they want our best or if they want something fast. So that's in addition to the public process, which I do think is important. But just in terms of ourselves, giving our best thinking, I personally know that I need more time to do that.
Okay, thank you. Dawn.
I find myself in agreement with Ingrid on the points she made. I'm not opposed to kind of the staggered concept that Ingrid suggested and that Greg and Pauline are talking about, maybe, focusing the next meeting on kind of a discussion around batteries, having a few speakers come in to share kind of some insights on that, as well as this water oxidation approach too. I mean, I think that's perfectly acceptable, but I find myself in agreement with a lot of what Ingrid said around needing some more time to make sure that we're giving you quality feedback, quality recommendations that are based with, engagement and feedback from our broader set of communities and sectors.
Okay, thank you. Nick?
I was thinking, even if we did stick with the existing time frame, maybe it would be possible to ask the public for proposals for pilot projects, have them fill out the form, even within our existing time frame, but let's say by the April board meeting. I don't know who would necessarily take the time to do that, but there might be some good ideas that might get submitted.
My only concern is, given how difficult it has been here just to explain and come to consensus on what does a pilot project look like, I'm just afraid if we just get the template out without the benefit of the explanation, we might not get something as good, or maybe it will create a confusion up front and then we would have to spend more time explaining. So just a thought, not that I'm disagreeing with you, but we just have to be careful, how we move forward with the messaging and the interaction and everything.
I mean, there's logic there, right? I guess the way I was thinking about this is I'm going to take this template or some version of it and forward it to, environmental groups that I know work on these issues, hoping to get something good from them. But I don't know if I'm going to cover everybody. I don't know if I'm going to, there might be somebody else who might be interested.
But we're hoping you'll help put it in context and explain, what's happening. That's my only fear. And that's why we're looking to all of you to do the same. But, if we do something beyond that, we have to make sure we set the stage and we explain things.
So Cynthia and then Virginia, and I do want to make sure before too long that we move over. I want to spend a little time on these selection criteria, see if that can maybe help us a little bit in terms of where our priorities should be. So let's maybe just spend a couple more comments on this, and then when we get later to expectations and agenda for next meeting, maybe come back to this whole idea of how do we make sure that we get as inclusive as possible ideas and input into this process. We can come back to that. So Cynthia and then Virginia, and then we'll look at these criteria a little bit more.
I think it's a really good idea. I've been sending out all the information like I was asked to do. So I think to say certain things go out and certain things don't, I know what you're saying, but that's part of what we need to do. Whether our groups are going to give feedback, that's up to them. But we wouldn't be leaders if we didn't do that, and that's really important. And so we do need to send that out with our little email saying, hey, this is the, most of the people I work with know that I'm on this advisory committee, and, I'm open to whatever they think. We kind of think alike because we've been working on a lot of stuff, and so we should keep doing that and making sure that we get that feedback, because I think transparency is everything, and that's where we've gotten to a lot of problems in the past. So I would suggest, that we do that, and unfortunately DTSC staff is the one that's going to, be collecting that information and putting it into some kind of a form that will be useful to Barbara, but I think that we shouldn't be the gatekeepers of information either way. We should be promoters of people getting what they need. I firmly believe if people have good information in front of them, they make good decisions, and I just think it's important to have it out there, and I'm willing to definitely do my part in making sure my folks know this is an opportunity. They're probably so full of everything else they're doing, they're like, nope, you're doing that, but it'll be out there for them. So don't imagine the big mail truck. I know you're going to be disappointed, but I don't think you're going to have a big mail truck backing up, because most of us who have ideas, we've been putting them out there for a long time. They're not just waiting for the spreadsheet to come out.
But also in doing so, if you feel there's an opportunity for us, to be engaged in that effort, we have, the staffing, the resources, that's what we're there for. You don't have to feel that you need to go out by yourself. We can coordinate. I hate it because we come to these meetings and then wait till the next meeting. There's a lot.
Well, that's a great idea.
In between and work together.
So what I heard is that they will come down to our groups if we get them together and answer questions and vet some of this stuff between meetings. Is that?
Well, between meetings, if you're talking to someone and they have any questions,
have coalition meetings, and you can be put on an agenda. A lot of people do that at our unions. In fact, Greg's bringing something on public participation to dovetail on our monthly meeting, and since we have everybody there, we like to get other, so that could be very appropriate in a way that you can get, way more input than just from me.
Thank you. Virginia.
Couple of things. I feel like some of us, we saw this today and we've got a bunch of proposals, and then we were given this list, and I'm not sure that, I feel like a lot of these, we've been kind of steered towards these. I don't necessarily feel like I've had time to go through all of these and really feel in my conscience what's best that we need to manage here and not ship out of state. I highlighted the ones I was kind of concerned about, that we just aren't doing a lot responsibly, we're generating a lot, but there's very little in the percentages recycled. So I just wanted to, see if we can slow that down a lot. I just want to make sure, I do agree with all of these. I think you guys did a fabulous job of this. I think these are all pretty attainable. I love the Green Business Program tie-in. I like the industry sector. There are definitely a lot of these. I'm not sure I've vetted all of these other ones, and I'd like to have time to, if I see another one, but these, I think they're going to keep us busy. They are good ones. I don't know if we're all in agreement that these should be our top ones, and then we added a few that are kind of, scattered, right? Item number 2 is a little concern about when and if we have the public participation part of this. I think that it is very difficult for us in this room, the quote-unquote experts in our different facets here, to understand the breadth of the complications here, and that's why these are hard things to decide. I'm a little nervous about having public participation too soon with this short of time to get a product out. Maybe what we do here is make a model of how we include the public. Maybe that should be the last phase of it. And then next time this whole committee thing happens, maybe, I'm assuming in 2 years we're going to have another group doing something similar, another group of priorities. That's where we can sort of figure out how to get more public participation in here. But we already said early on it's going to be very difficult for just this group to get consensus. The whole point of this was to have, public input. We're going to have a lot of people with public input, maybe less science background to come up with some of the answers that might complicate things. But we do want to hear about everybody, hear from everybody affected. So I'm a little bit torn on when to do that public participation. There's participation involvement here, not that many people know about this yet that might be affected, but maybe this is a model, and we provide input on when public participation should happen. That could be one of our goals. When would be the best time to do that, considering that we do have representatives here, but we know we're not getting to everybody. And maybe that's one thing we should decide is when, as a committee, when we think that should be for the next 2-year process. Because I'm assuming this is going to be a success, and we're going to probably have another couple of these in the future. That's all I want to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, I'm generating some thoughts on what we might do, but I'm loath to share them until I've kind of shared that with DTSC. I don't want to create any expectations that might not be possible to meet. But I do have some thoughts that I think might integrate some of this stuff. And so maybe we'll see if we can talk about those later today or certainly very soon. What I was thinking is that we would value, it would benefit us to look at these selection criteria and see if we can hone down on them. And I have an idea for doing that, but I'd like us to look at this list and then I'll pose a way to kind of hone in on some of these. So this is included in the package. It's titled Pilot Project Discussion, but these are really selection criteria. So it starts with the fundamental pilot project aspects: technically feasible, scalable, measurable, and implementable. Has everybody found that? Okay. So I think, as it was presented last time, the kind of minimum requirements are that it is technically feasible. In other words, something that can actually be done on the ground or figured out. That it's scalable, because clearly one of the criteria is it's not going to just be a one-and-done kind of situation. It's an issue that can be scaled up to meet a lot of needs. It's measurable, which means there's a mechanism for determining the impact, and it's implementable, particularly in the time frame or the fairly near time frame. So the presumption is that any project would have to meet those. Now, the next kind of the projects should have, I think is the way it was presented, really are many of the things we discussed earlier that are on the template, right? And we changed some of the language. But these are some of the criteria, and I would say that, we've talked about the benefits to disproportionately impacted communities, reduce high volume of waste, high toxicity, the avoid land disposal. We shifted to say avoid or minimize to the extent possible disposal of the air, land, and water. Source reduction, we added the word or elimination. Is it a permanent return? What's the return, kind of the economics, return on investment, long-term, short-term reductions, impacts to other environmental media. And another one we clearly added was shifting to other communities or out of state, right? Several of you had said that's something you definitely want to avoid. And then the whole idea of kind of in situ treatment versus kind of shipping it somewhere. So I guess the question I have is, would you find it valuable to the rest of this process if we were to kind of hone in on which 3 or 4 of these really kind of take precedence over others? So when it comes down to a list of 7 or 8, who knows how many ideas, you can kind of say, well, if we apply these criteria, 1, 3, and 5 would probably rise to the top, as opposed to having all 7 of them. Would that be of value? I'd be interested in feedback from. I see some heads nodding yes, and at least one nodding no. So let's hear from everybody that nodded their head, so that I know why it would or would not. Nick, we'll start with you.
All right. I just think we could spend the rest of the day and then some arguing about what the most important criteria are.
Okay.
It just doesn't seem.
But what if we had a mechanism where we could zone in on like 4 or 5 of them in about 20 minutes?
Good luck.
Okay, thanks. Who thinks this might be? Yeah, let's speak to either the value potentially doing this, or either way, Deli.
Yeah, so the fundamental pilot project aspects, I'm thinking back to the supercritical water extraction. It seems to me, essentially, if we say scalable and we don't know that yet, that may disqualify it. So to some extent, we'd have to have some exceptions to this, because that's what we're testing. That's what we want to know, if it's scalable. So predetermining that ahead of time.
My understanding of the scalable was by the size. In other words, it was not just the only place where that particular problem existed, that it actually exists in many places, and therefore it could be scaled. Not that it definitely is scalable.
From the lab to the...
An appropriate interpretation of that?
From a bigger project to a smaller.
Yeah, you just want to know that if you do a pilot, that's not the only place where that occurs, right? That it's occurring in many other places, and so it could be scalable.
Transferable. Yeah, transferable.
It has the potential for...
The potential.
Transferable, yeah, technology transfer is the thing.
Vendors, it's
limited value to pursue it.
But if there were, for example, the supercritical oxidation,
And yeah, like if we were to go through that and say, for whatever reason, it did not turn out to be scalable at the end of the project, then, I mean, that was the process of the pilot
That is the
project,
pilot.
to see
right,
if
if
it
it
was
is,
essential.
right. Under the presumption that there's a lot of the places it could be used if it were scalable for a variety of reasons. Okay, so that's, okay, Ingrid.
Yeah, 2 points. One is, I think it's at least important for us to recognize the purpose of this and the fundamental place that community protection has. It's in the title. And so, I would be really concerned that if at least we couldn't agree that, that there's benefits to impacted community is something that we all share. So that would actually personally be important to me. And the other ones, like I can see that there's I don't have a clear perception of what's more important than the other, but that one would be really important for me, so that when we analyze things, that this is something that's put at one of the highest, for me, the highest.
So, is there a reason not to include that in the top 4, to just make that a fifth, kind of must-have? It does seem to be one of the major purposes of the project, so why not make it one of the top 5, right? In other words, move it above into the fundamental.
Yeah, I mean, I have my top, I have my top 3, maybe we could all just go and rank these, I mean.
Well, that's what I was planning to do.
Yeah, okay.
But right now, we're talking about something a little different, which is putting that, at the top. And then it becomes part of the project going further.
It has to have that.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Is everybody good with that? Okay, so the first bullet under the selection criteria actually will come up under the fundamental aspects that any project would be expected to have that. Okay, yes.
And then I guess the question I have, and I guess something that I would like to be cleared up from my analysis is I'm kind of looking for the biggest bang for the buck, in terms of like what if we only have 3 pilot projects, I want to reduce the most waste possible.
As cost effectively as possible, right?
But I don't really see any criteria like that we're actually doing, some kind of analysis of how big of an impact there is. And that is also something that I'm personally using, and I don't know if I shouldn't be. Somebody should tell me. But I am looking for those high impact projects.
And I guess the question I have there is, for clarity, is that, though, some combination of the other things on this list? In other words, are you looking for something that would have the most impact on like a high volume waste with long-term reductions? I mean, don't those things kind of comprise the definition of the biggest bang for the buck, or how are you thinking about that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm definitely looking at reducing, source reduction, reducing, high volume and high toxicity. But I mean, you can look at the little sheet that you gave us in terms of, the generation, and we could go down to where we have 13 something other tons, and we could, high toxicity and, no, I guess it's not high volume. But I'm always looking at the top of the list.
So you're saying it might be something lower on the list for less money, or?
Well, that's not what I'm doing, but I'm saying other people might.
I agree with Ingrid. I like to apply where possible the 80-20 rule, because resources are scarce, and money's not plenty available, as plentiful as we would like it to be, and neither are human resources. So I say I'm in favor of applying most of our resources towards the largest section of the problem. And while I don't disagree that some of these things we have listed up here aren't important, I'm sure they are important. But they're just, in the grand scheme of things, I think some of them are more significant than others. And I agree with Ingrid. I would like to see, and I don't need any more data. I mean, I like that summary table we got, but that's the same data we got last week. Okay, so I went through and did just a simple breakdown of percentage. And so, maybe if we were West Virginia, fly ash, bottom ash, and retort ash would be a huge problem, I'm sure, because I'm from that part of the world. But we're not. And we don't have coal-fired power plants in this state, I know that. So, I would like to focus on the biggest bang for the buck, if at all possible.
Can I get a clarification from Ingrid on that? Would you be looking for the highest impact solely on the pilot project, or the pilot project that has the potential for the highest impact after the project?
I'm looking at, well, because I'm kind of interested in the industry focus, looking at those industries where, if we focus on them, eventually we'll get large returns.
Okay, so you're not talking about just what can give us the biggest return for this limited scope.
That would be good, but ultimately long-term, like we want...
Beyond the pilot.
Well, one time, we were brainstorming a little bit about this, where I was brainstorming it myself. I was kind of imagining you could potentially overlay the highest volume with the highest toxicity over the most impacted communities. And you'd have a pretty good 3-layer filter there to identify your projects. The question is, do data exist to create that overlay to do that? And I'm just saying that's what I was thinking. Other people may have other things they would stack on top of each other, but it still gets down to, do we have the capacity to, with that level of refinement of data, to, even if you wanted to do those 3 overlays, could we do that?
I asked for an overlay of, hazardous waste facilities and what they accept, so what the disposal is in those communities, with Cal EnviroScreen. And I was myself doing it like facility by facility, and I'm like, this is too much work, I can't do this. So I asked Lazaro, and then, so he's kind of poked around and thought there was nothing existing now, right?
As far as non-labor intensive process.
Yeah.
I think we have something. EnviroScreen itself has the information in EnviroScreen does have the permanent facilities and generators, and they're, and the facilities and generators are weighted. So in other words, I think this is very not enough detail, but the permanent facilities would be weighted, and I'm sure you guys have looked at EnviroScreen. But as far as what they're accepting, what the wastes are coming in and outgoing, we have done some of that work to show, on top of EnviroScreen, although that already contains that, just to point out where the fully permanent facilities, in other words, where they are. I'm not sure.
But the type of waste doesn't necessarily come into play.
Yeah, we just have to add the type of waste that they accept, maybe, because we have this.
From last time we had that presentation.
It doesn't tell us qualitatively what the problem is.
So I think, yes, you'd have to then go and sort of look at each area of concern that you wanted to look at those permanent facilities and see what the waste types incoming and outgoing are, and sometimes you know what they are, like, for some reason this always comes first in my mind and seems to block out any other facilities is the solvent recovery facility in LA. So basically what that is solvent recovery, so you know what the wastes are incoming and outgoing, but others may not be so indicative just by the name or something.
So it may be, for example, I'm also remembering another criterion that came up last time, which is the value of having an area like with a single pollutant, right? So you can actually measure the impact of that as opposed to there being kind of a mixed stream, right? It's very difficult, right? So that was another criterion that came up last time. So we probably should add some of these criteria on this list, but I'm just wondering if we can't generate the kind of overlay at the level of detail that we need. Maybe all of these just need to be kept in mind as we look at whatever proposals are generated. We could go through the exercise that I was thinking about that Delhi pointed to, which is, and this is just a kind of a very simplistic approach to prioritization, using kind of the 1/3 rule. We take about, you get 4, you could check off 4 things, and then we would just see as a group where those checks go, right? And see what you're thinking are the 4 most important or 5 most important. if you find that valuable, we could set up doing that exercise in, less than 5 minutes. If you would find it valuable to have, just to see if as a group, you kind of converge on some of these. Yes, David?
I'd like to see where if it's only going to take 5 minutes, I'd like to see at least where we lie now.
Okay, so we can do this in one of two ways. I can write all these down on a flip chart, put it on the wall, you all can come up and you can put your 4 X's, or I can literally just go around, and if you don't mind saying what your 4 are, and just take them from you on the sheet, and it will be done as fast as we can go around the room. The question is whether you'd rather do it independently and just see them appear on this, or whether you're fine just saying what your top 4 are.
Well, you were saying some of them when you were saying them, based on our earlier conversation. I think it would be helpful to see it in writing, even if we go around.
Okay. Why don't we do this?
Brad, one question before I get started though. The one thing that troubles me about this list, and maybe I need to be corrected on it, is it seems to be very limited recognition of economic consequences. Although there is that return on investment, but I'm not exactly quite sure what that means. And I know the impacted communities certainly are less concerned about the cost and more concerned about the efficacy of the project. But are we meant to not pay attention in the initial selection of projects of their potential cost, or is that something that would come out through the actual course of the pilot project itself? And I guess I could live with that as long as there's the understanding that somewhere in this process that the economics of the whole thing will come into play. I mean, I'm all in favor of the supercritical water process, but if it costs 1,000 times more expensive than the next option, maybe you'll still go with the supercritical, but that makes a difference, I think, in the overall decision-making process.
So, does anybody over here want to make this?
Yeah, I mean, I think economic feasibility is important and maybe should be added to the list.
If that's critical for the group, then yeah, I think we can have very.
Well, it's critical for me.
It's critical for our branches too.
And that sort of does fall into the broader fundamentals of the technical.
I think it should be at the top, one of those 5, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's scalability. I mean, you could do a ton of things in the lab, and
well, that's what I was wondering. Is that implied in the existing things, or should it be brought out as a
I think
separate?
it's somewhat implicit, but I think we could enumerate.
I mean, technical and economic feasibility. I mean, you can't be technically feasible but not scalable. Is it really technically feasible? If it's technically feasible but not really measurable, is it really technically feasible? I would say technically and economically feasible together in the same phrase.
Or do them separate.
I don't.
They are different.
yeah,
I think they.
Sorry, John,
Go ahead.
you go.
No.
So I think this issue of economics and technical feasibility is very important, because the thing is, these are pilot projects, and we may decide that within the budget of DTSC, a pilot project can be done and shown to be effective. But applying it on a 1-acre site is a different thing from a 1,000-acre site, and that's an economic consideration. It's about manpower and economics, and I don't think it's our responsibility to make that decision. The Torrance site, General Atomics may be able to demonstrate within the scopes of a pilot project that yes, you could remove DDT from a kilogram or so at this site given the conditions that exist there. It's up to Montrose or some other responsible party to decide whether or not they want to adopt that and work with DTSC and EPA to say, okay, this is how much it's going to cost to do the whole thing. But we can't make that decision. We don't have the information to do that. Our economic consideration is whether or not DTSC has enough money in the budget to do the pilot as we conceive of it.
Okay. So you would argue for making economic feasibility one of the selection criteria below, but not
above. No.
Okay. So real quickly, the last two, because what I'm going to suggest we do is take a 10-minute break during which the following things will happen. I will put these with the revised language, as Nick is referring to, on a flip chart. You all can be thinking about which ones you would put as your top 4. You can also be going to the restroom, stretching, getting some water. And so we'll let all that happen over the next 10 minutes. But by the end of that 10 minutes, I want you to come up and mark down the 4 that you think are really important.
And economic feasibility will appear in that list?
It will be on that list.
Okay, and we're only talking about the second part of the list,
That is correct.
not the first 4 items.
The first, which is now 5 items,
Five items.
are given, and so we're looking now at, given that all of those things would be in a project, how would we prioritize what's most important of the remaining? And we've added shifting to other communities / states, economic feasibility, being able to focus on a single pollutant. Those are at least 3 others that I'm going to add to the list that are already there.
What were they again, 3 others?
The 3 to be added are single pollutant concept,
Exportation.
economic feasibility, and shifting to other communities or states. Okay? So I'll write that up. Oh, Cynthia.
So I just want to say this. My site is one of the few sites in the country that have a technical impracticability waiver for cleaning up the groundwater that was written in the Record of Decision in 1999. By doing that, you have made a sacrifice zone with people living on top of it. Cost is a factor. EJ communities care about jobs, and we care about how much things cost. But if you don't have your health, nothing else matters. So when we look at cost, you should be looking at it in that context, because just because something is too expensive out of the pockets of the people who created the problem, it's not going to fly. And that's why a lot of our sites are like they are, because somebody has made that determination. And to turn over something when you have a technical impracticability waiver like that is very hard to do, even though it's been 20 years and nothing's been implemented. And now we have this whole suite of technologies, which is one of the things we're attempting to do with this pilot. This pilot is looking at, and I'm not advocating for the pilot, I'm just using it as an example for when you make sacrifice zones and you just write them off. And that, I don't think, is what we should be about. So it's not that this part of the table isn't sensitive to how much things cost. My God, we spend most of our time just figuring out how we're going to buy things with the limited income we get because of the work we choose to do. But it's not to be put above healthy communities, and not even the older people like us, but what are we doing to our generations coming up? That's what's important here. So just think about that when you check your box.
Okay. Thank you. Chuck, did you have any other before we break? Okay. Then let us commence our 10-minute break. And by 3 o'clock, which is 10 minutes from now, everybody should be back in their seats with their marks up on the chart. We're coming upstairs right now. Thank you.
Do you want talk
that oxide obligation thing, like Danny said, I was thinking what he said. Because when, at the end of the day, when this pilot project is over, then we're going to be looking for the money, if it works, to clean up other sites. Because it's, you know, there's going to be a responsible party that's going to then implement it. And in her case, there is one, but for all the other communities, we don't have that. But I guess the argument could be made that you spent money on a pilot project, and now you discovered if it works, that it works to clean up the environment.
Will you be requiring it?
Yeah.
That's the next thing, is we need to have that. If it's a good solution, then you can't just do institute treatment or stockpile or whatever. So,
I can make you a copy right now.
I'm so comfortable over that.
No, the thing is that if it works, all we have right now is removing soil, and they never remove enough. You know that from Jordan Downs.
They also leave them in place. One of the biggest treatments that I've dealt with is natural attenuation, which is what they call leaving in place so that eventually it disperses.
Yeah, but it disperses, like she said something about
lots of years. And she said, and like the water, eventually the water goes in the water and it dilutes, and then there's no above the standards, you're fine. And I hate that it's a treatment option, but the community level, that's what they want, natural attenuation.
I can't remember how, I think hazardous waste disposal facilities were higher rated than treatment facilities, higher rated than storage were higher than generating. I mean, I can't remember exactly after that I looked at it, but.
What we tried to do was then take actually, I mean, I guess I do.
Okay, so
Look at it.
obviously this is the first one. Permanent's a really good word here, huh?
Publicly available.
I'm putting this one up here. Oh, yeah, okay. So that's part of that, okay. So we're going to use that as one of those. Okay, great. What? We're going to fix this thing permanently, we're not going to be generating this shit anymore, I mean, I don't know what a lot of these, that one's too big. You get into interpretation, you have a lawyer, what would a lawyer look at that one? Oh, yeah, look at it, you know what I mean? What is it, we're going to fix it? So, yeah, we're going to fix it, stop generating the stuff, right? Mm-hmm. So, it's everything on my question is, you know, what's the difference between like source reduction and just like reducing waste? Does that mean from like the generation? That's kind of how I was reading it. I think this is where we get to that industry specific source reduction. Okay, good. Then I think it indirectly reduces both of these. So they're all kind of related. Yeah, that's, to me, that's what I think I'm going to put. I mean, who would pick short-term reductions over long-term reductions? Like this couple of days and do it, like selecting a con over cancer, you know, it's like, it doesn't apply to this. I don't know. We could have both.
So I guess now there's definitely
Should that be technologically? Oh, technologically, that's what, that was, you know, I'm a technical, I just do a Google, you know, like it's a technical piece of work. I know, it's really on my work. It's feasible because yeah, no, I'm going to do it. I think technologically, I did high volume, high toxicity, Haz reduction, and yeah, I did. I think every 2 hours it does. So yeah, I wish that they put the states in there. Because it's just in the community. Single pollutant versus mixed. Are we going to have to get it, or we just talk it?
Yeah, the markers there, just put 4 checks on the top.
Reduction, would that be like generation? That's how I read it. That's what we're, right?
Yeah, that's how I read it. Like reducing it at its source before it gets into the ground or before it gets in there. Yeah. So reducing it from changing processes, so not as much oxygen.
Okay.
That's, yeah.
I want these two, so I'm going to create one of these. Because I wanted the only thing before, right?
Yeah. And I think maybe if you can find, because maybe I can fundamentally take away an experiment and go to impacts of other.
And if you, but I want to reduce the toxicity. That's more important to me than, yeah, because I mean,
I'm curious about it. It talks about soil on that form, but it doesn't tell you what impacts soil being what's off. It's a hodgepodge.
yeah, that's what I mean, what we want to reduce is the, you know, health impacts, and that's the toxicity. You can have high volume, you can have waste that's less toxic and have volume of waste, but it's not as toxic. That's what we want.
I mean, that's what I was doing here. When I said high volume, I meant like what is it produced a lot of?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be looking at down here. I'm gonna be looking up here. There's two ways of reading that.
Yeah.
The volume could be. Yeah, because I want to focus on industries that creates a lot of waste. And then we get a big reduction. Other than having a pilot project, focus on, yeah, it's a difference. I'm having a trouble explaining it. All right, industries that produce high volume rather than pilot projects that reduce high volume.
Okay, so we're going
never know once you're dead, coming away from this.
I guess maybe that's what I did.
Well, if we didn't spit it out,
That might get us farther along the process. Then waiting, then doing it anyway.
Even if you
I don't
Perhaps, yeah.
in the meantime, we say that we let's filter
Like if we can leave this facility today with at least a team about what's next gonna happen.
Sounds fine to me. Let me go make sure everybody's doing this.
In an accountable way. Someone putting it on their
You're going to get a lot of reasons to deal with that. Why this group?
Was I think.
Wasn't putting it to the green
Unless there's some other mainly the governor probably think about it.
Conceivably, you could be. You could say we got in
Well,
I think we're starting to become aware of it.
And then with the LED network, we need.
I actually just disconnected It's not green. It's in our packet.
Yeah, I know. So, welcome to this too.
So unnecessary.
Thank you.
It's not really any more secure either.
Yeah, I don't think it's more complicated.
Which is a shame. I mean, if I had a family occupation, I would be fired from any of my family. But we are now working with the Lake County Land which having missing that cable forever. And so now there was a disparity motion passed by the Board of Supervisors to really look at that when they're doing siting. And of course, they're kind of like, what does that even mean? And how they we had a big stakeholder group help with that.
Okay, here are the results that of the our exercise.
I've been waiting for.
Yes, exactly. Please. Keep in mind, I mean, this is just a general, based on our best understanding of these kinds of things, just to get a flavor. So there are 4 of them here that had 5 responses, and the next highest response just had 3. So the 4 that had 5 responses was reduce high volume waste, reduce high toxicity waste, source elimination or reduction, and economic feasibility. There was, let's see, 2 that had 3, avoiding disposal by land, air, water, and impacts on the media. And in the way we had a discussion up here, there was some confusion about those 2. So I'd say there might be this kind of 5th category where you're not wanting to shift to another media and kind of overall disposal. So I think that requires something. The rest of them were 2 or 0. And well, 3 were on making sure not to shift to other communities. So those gives you a sense that there were 4 of them here that had 5, and maybe throw in that kind of shifting to other media and land disposal. The question that also came up is return on investment, or ROI, by some people's definition would be the biggest bang for the buck, right? So I would just say this, that if you look at the other 4 or 5 that emerged at the top, you just look at the end of the day when you analyze them, so what is it going to cost and how much are we going to get from it, right? I mean, I think that's just another screen you can put on to make sure you are getting a project that you think. But yeah, we can certainly discuss it further. So Dawn, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I was the one that asked that question. I mean, just given our earlier discussion about wanting to kind of, quote unquote, get the biggest bang for your buck, I'm just wondering if folks maybe didn't understand the intent around return on investment. That's how I view that particular one, not from a direct manufacturer benefit, but just whatever project you're putting forward is that highest value to be derived in the biggest sense. And so I was surprised that more folks, given that prior discussion, didn't actually put a check mark by that. So I'm just wondering if that changes anything for anyone, if you look at it in that regard, or if there was some different interpretation of that.
Well, I think people migrated to economic feasibility probably, now that that was added as a separate category.
I guess I see them as different.
Yeah. I see them as related.
Perhaps related, but different in terms of what that return on investment is you're looking for. Economic feasibility, I think of, who pays the cost, economic feasibility, the cost associated with it, versus the return on investment is bigger picture benefits associated with the costs you put in, and that's bigger than just, again, the actual entity responsible or that pays, but the broader community benefits, scalability, those sorts of things.
I've been working for a private enterprise for 25 years. I can tell you, return on investment does mean economic feasibility. If it doesn't meet the return on investment, you don't do it.
Okay, Ingrid and then Della.
I really do see a very large difference, and if I'm hearing you correctly, it's almost as it's a return on DTSC's investment into this pilot project, our investment in terms of...
Well, I think it's everyone. I agree with Chuck. I think there's absolutely a benefit if, for the responsible entity, if the investment that they're putting in, from a cost standpoint, gets them results, gets it in a more timely fashion, addresses the community concerns, and gets DTSC to position where they feel more comfortable with perhaps a particular permit that entity may already have, that it's an all-around investment, benefit return for kind of everyone. Potentially. It depends, I guess, on where you're sitting, what that looks like and what that means to you. But DTSC, but also community and the responsible entity, I would say potentially everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I was expecting all 9 of us to put a check mark on permanent, but I was shocked that there are 2. And I heard that there was confusion about what it truly means, because
Which one?
permanent. So I would like to hear from those who were maybe confused about it, or because I saw it as a pilot project that only temporarily solves a problem is not worth pursuing. But maybe there are other interpretations that I did not understand. Because to me, it's solve the problem, the community is no longer at risk, and that's permanent, versus a temporary solution where we come back in 2, 3, 4, 5 years to redo something, which is temporary. So I didn't understand why there wasn't support for that.
Well, again, for a kind of a quick exercise, it's just...
Yeah, I know.
I think if we had this discussion, almost everybody would say, yes, we'd like a solution that at the end of the day is going to permanently solve a problem, right? On the other hand, when you think about cleanup, it's once you've cleaned it up, right, is that considered a permanent, or it's kind of like definitional too, what you really, because if it's done, you don't pollute it anymore, you're done. So, yes. But as a first cut, which is really all we want to do, is just kind of get a general sense of where people are placing importance. I think we've kind of seen where people are going, the high volume, high toxicity, source elimination, and economic feasibility kind of captures the broader risk for people. But that's not saying that the others are not important.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for that. I think we have about 50 minutes left. We want to do a couple of things. We want to go through this example of a template just so you see, because we're going to be asking you to fill out these templates. So I think Eric is going to take you through the template, or Rick, I'm not sure who, on batteries. And then we want to have a few minutes. I know some people have wanted, and maybe Weinberg representing the battery, is it fair to say battery industry? Is that what we're saying? The thought was either he can make some public comments, or if we have time, we're going to have a little exchange with him. He might be able to answer some of the questions that came up earlier, just to give you a little more thinking on that. And then we do want to spend a little time with talking about the next meeting, and making sure if there's anybody else who has comments that we have time for that. Although I think there are no other members of the public here. So for anybody on the podcast, if you do have any questions or comments, now would be the time to submit those to the email listed on the screen. Okay, so Eric, is it you?
Yeah.
Okay, please lead it. So everybody, we're looking at the template that has a cover page on it, a DTSC cover page, which is Pilot Project Proposal Form. Okay? Jerry, Eric, you guys are on the tag team? Tag team. Okay.
So I'm not going to add any additional information. I'm just going to read what's already written in the example. And because this was only completed by people putting their input, if something else comes to mind that you think added to this, I think it's discussed that definitely, because these forms are meant to bring collaborative input person's final thoughts. So our waste stream,
Sorry to interrupt you, but also we can include the comments from before when we went over the kind of number estimates as well.
right. So our waste stream is obviously spent lead acid batteries. This would impact automobile manufacturers and lead acid battery manufacturers. Does anyone have ideas of other industries that it might?
Yeah, so let's go through the whole thing.
Okay.
So we have a picture, then we'll come back. Any comments?
So geographically, that would have statewide impact. Stakeholders, the battery industry, automotive industry manufacturers, and it could include government agencies such as, aside from DTSC, Haz-Waste and Department of Consumer Affairs. So the pilot project details. Some pilot projects we could consider in the realm of lead acid batteries would be to promote alternative battery research. And how would we do that? Maybe via prepay fee, or other incentive programs to promote the use of alternative batteries. This option would also include an alternative analysis to identify alternative, less hazardous batteries. Another approach would be to explore product stewardship with manufacturers to incentivize alternative battery technologies. This pilot project would be necessary for many reasons, but one would be a particular facility in Southern California which has caused impacts to a community. I don't think we can get into details about that. When we look at pilot project characteristics, it would include such things as source reduction, it would be permanent, it would be on a high volume waste, it would be long-term reductions, it would avoid land disposal, benefit DJ communities, and reduce the high toxicity waste. And then there's a narrative of how each of these would be accomplished through that. Reduction in lead batteries.
Go ahead and walk through that.
Redo that?
Yeah.
So reducing the reliance on lead acid batteries would reduce lead and other metals associated with lead acid batteries requiring treatment or recycling or disposal. The reduction in lead-related waste generation and disposal would be permanent. It would be reductions on one of the largest generated and disposed of hazardous wastes, which lead acid batteries fall within California Waste Code 191, inorganic solid wastes, which is one of the larger wastes in the state. And in-state and out-of-state accomplishments would be long-term. Lead is persistent in the environment, so it would reduce its environmental persistence. And then communities where recycling facilities are operated would be benefited by the reduction in treatment and associated problems from lead acid batteries. Resources and tools that can be used to gather information for the pilot project. Some resources may include the application of a prepaid fee on new batteries, which could benefit the funding of alternative battery technology or developing alternative recycling options. Other agencies that may have jurisdiction where this pilot project would be implemented would be Cal Recycle and the recycling programs related to plastics, used oil, and used tires. Identify areas of potential competing considerations. Alternative battery research is currently being conducted within the automotive industry. Battery manufacturers and auto manufacturers may object to additional fees in pursuit of alternative battery technologies. Lead acid battery purchasers may also object to additional fees. Those are some competing interests that would affect a pilot project approach on this. So the pros and cons of this project, and that's different than the final form that we sent out.
That's fine.
Yeah, there's been some few revisions to the final form that we sent you and then from this one. But some benefits of this may include reducing lead-related hazardous waste generation and disposal through the state, incentivizing the use of alternative batteries reduces the need for lead-based products and therefore hazardous waste related to these products. A couple of varying approaches to implementing this project would be to explore options related to prepaid fee on batteries and how to fund ongoing research in alternative battery development. Another approach would be to explore product stewardship and how it could be introduced to battery manufacturers. And some other key considerations would be assessment of alternative batteries would need to be explored to confirm that associated hazardous waste are reduced in toxicity and volume related to battery-related hazardous toxicity. Lost on that.
In other words, the alternative's not worse than the original battery.
Yes,
Right? Okay, thank you.
Safe out time.
Easy way of putting it, yeah. So that was just a quick walk through our form to be filled out.
We'll wait for that. Jerry, how do you do? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, get some thumbs up. Okay, Don, and then Chuck, and then Ingrid.
So I want to understand why this approach versus suggesting it go through the Safer Consumer Products program. I mean, you're essentially asking them to look at alternatives, which is what that program is intended to do. You're focused on, possibly pushing towards those alternatives to reduce, hazardous waste. You're focused on sensitive subpopulations, which the SCP program has as a priority criteria for prioritization. So I'm wondering why these particular proposed approaches versus your own internal program.
This isn't a proposed approach. This is one of many examples on just walking through the thought process of developing a pilot project.
So this isn't, DTSC is not promoting this?
No, not at all.
Okay, that was, okay, I misunderstood. Okay, thank you. Okay, got it.
There was some resistance to filling this out at all for the very beginning.
I think we just identified the reason, yeah.
But we wanted to just show an example of it so that we vet, questions about format, what's missing, what works, what doesn't work, etc.
Okay.
So we're really just using the example of the template, not what's in the template per se.
It raises as many questions for us as it
Okay, that's clarifying, thank you.
Yeah, am I next?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, Chuck, here, I was, when I read the pilot project details, it kind of presupposes what the outcome is going to be. And, if I was thinking about approaching this from an engineering standpoint, and we're concerned about lead getting into the environment from lead-acid batteries, I think we would want to know how much lead is getting into the environment from lead-acid batteries, and we would want to know what are the other sources of lead getting into the environment, and get a sense of what things can be done to reduce lead getting into the environment, and if lead batteries is number one, there may be other ways to reduce emissions of lead from lead battery processing. There could be tighter standards, there could be more oversight and control, there could be reworking of the entire process, all of which costs money, but it might be less expensive than going to a whole new technology that doesn't work in cold temperatures and right now costs as much as 10 times as much as what a lead-acid battery costs. So my only thought was maybe we shouldn't be trying to jump too far down the pathway on these things, and we should be focusing on lead-acid batteries, true, but take a look at that in the overall context of releases to lead to the environment and making sure that we're getting the right thing being done.
So for the purpose of this exercise, what I hear from that is that this document might be changed to include some of this bigger picture stuff to say what portion of the lead, the stream of lead, for example, is coming from batteries versus the rest of what's out there.
Yeah, I hate to think
So create context.
if lead in Los Angeles is coming primarily from water pipes or corroding like Flint, Michigan, and we're spending all our time on lead here, clearly it's a problem, but is it the problem, the biggest problem? I don't have that information. Maybe the department already knows the relative releases of lead to the environment in the Los Angeles area, but I sure don't.
I don't think we would be compelled, nor I think it's fair to kind of give a comparative analysis of different forms. I think really what we would want to focus on is what is the contribution of this waste to the environmental condition through all forms of its generation, management, transportation, recycling, disposal, and then looking at all of those particular sources that this particular waste contributes to that environmental load.
Right.
Whether, I think it would be very ambitious, if not impossible, to look at how all things contribute to a system like that. That would be way outside of a pilot scale. But I think it is fair for us to look at a particular waste and how it's being managed and what it contributes and what sorts of control measures, ranging from regulatory controls all the way through to other contributing information into the SCP process.
Yeah. I don't think this should be taken off the table, this kind of thing you've said here, but it should be part of a larger assessment, I think.
No disagreement. I think some of our original comments as we talked internally was that begging the end before you've gotten to there.
That's good. So here's a couple other changes we'll make to the template then, which we'll pick up on.
I think the template is okay, but I think we need
It's
to work
information.
together on the descriptions. And we need to use the revised template.
Right.
So maybe we'll take a stab at, incorporating the comments. We can say we put it in the final format of the template, then we'll send it out for additional.
And it'll be an electronic document, so I can type right into it, and the fields will be expandable, right?
Yes.
Good. So again, for the purpose of this exercise, to identify other information you need to be able to fill this out accurately. Anything else come up for you? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to have a place where we can fully include all of the places where lead-based slabs come from.
Okay.
It's not necessarily just the automotive industry. I think the truck industry, solar industry, the backup generators, there are lots of other areas that use. Yeah, exactly. I think that should be part of 2.0, maybe a paragraph in there that talks about, because I don't think the waste stream up here was the industry. There was a place where we said stakeholders. Here we go, stakeholders. That may be a place to add a little bit more, like this particular part of the industry provides this much of the waste stream. I don't know the trucks. There's an awful lot of trucks going on. I don't know that proportion to automotive. I do think that if we're going to do this, we should look at all of the lead acid batteries. So part of it would be to bet where they are, where we're generating them, and have those industries also provide ideas. Trucks, they're bigger. Same idea, they're just bigger. So I think the technology is going to be very similar. But I'd like a little place to put that here, maybe expand on it. And I don't think there's enough room in this little stakeholder box up at the very top in 1.0.
Okay, good. Yes, Ingrid.
So, I just have a question about the level of information. There's a pretty big difference between what DTSC has filled out and what Cynthia filled out, which was really quite impressive. This I found very useful. This, meh. It's very short. And mine's even shorter, the one I submitted. So I just is this something you're striving for, something like this, which really does give a lot of context and background?
I think obviously, more information is better, and so that we can assess and kind of give everybody as much information as possible. So, we were toying with a template to try to facilitate the information sharing process. I think at the end of the day, templates are only as good as they accommodate the right information. But I would say it's not, I don't know that we're looking at that as a mandate. I think we're saying, this is the best information in whatever format, and I think we can take it. So what we will be looking at is Cynthia's format to see if there's something we need for that in terms of providing better feel for the type of information.
And we also don't want to discourage anyone from submitting information if they don't have a fully fleshed out idea. That's the whole point of this, is if you have a couple of good ideas, put them on paper, and as we'll see, you can fill in the rest.
We'll have staff kind of dig deeper, bring in experts to the extent we can. I think we don't want to lose a good idea just because we haven't had the chance to really fully do it, and a chance to fully vet it, to prove that those things that are kind of intuitive sometimes are the best ones. It's that you can prove it easily if you put the large time for that information gathering. Good. Anything else?
Just a logistical question. So in terms of, I mean, this is not the approach you're proposing, just to clarify for batteries, right? So these are not the specific pilots you are proposing as DTSC for this. I just want to be clear about that.
These were examples. Examples only.
Okay, and then beyond that, so could you just clarify, I mean, we're all supposed to go back, kind of talk more about these potential pilot project ideas, get feedback. So as committee members, we're going to bring back whatever it is we may or may not want to propose. And then as committee members, are we going to then have the opportunity to take them back and continue to evaluate with our constituencies? I mean, for example, someone may put forward something that maybe there's already a project underway somewhere else, and so being able to feedback, but I may not know that on a specific thing, sitting right here looking at it for the first time. So I'm just wondering how that's going to be facilitated.
I think you're asking a very good process question.
Yeah.
Because I think we ourselves are trying to grapple through how do we get you the best information so you can make an informed decision, or at least give informed advice in balancing against that time frame. So I think we do have that discussion that we want to get to. So I don't know that we would defer to you in facilitating this discussion, but I agree with you. It's like I'm just trying to play through the mental choreography, how do we play through the next number of weeks, and then also looking at taking into consideration, is that enough time for us to really do this well, get you the information you need so that you can get the feedback that we need in order to advise the director moving forward. But I'm open to that discussion if we have to specifics.
Right, I understand.
If you're open to some suggestions on how to do this, I am. I've got some ideas. But let's hear from Ingrid first, and then we'll.
I may be jumping ahead, but I guess I'm kind of interested too in terms of the expectations moving forward. Is we do have generated 11 ideas up there, in the most basic form other than Cynthia's. Should we wait till next time when maybe there'll be some people that come back with these forms filled? Should we be trying to figure out if there's any of these things that that we have ideas about? I just want to know what we do with these things.
Right. So here's a thought. I'll just float some thoughts out. Okay. So one idea would be that at the next meeting, and if we presume that we proceed with the April 20th meeting, that we come back, if people can write up some of these ideas, then do so. But we give till the end of April as kind of a deadline for anybody. If you have people in your constituencies or somebody else that can fill out a form. In April, we come back and we have a presentation on the oxidation process and on batteries, so that we can get those, push out and see, how those are working out. Identify, if possible, maybe we can actually get enough input on batteries to give, taking this kind of staggered approach, kind of move that ball into the next level of development, whatever that quite is, while we provide the opportunity for this broader array of input, say by the end of April. Then we have a May meeting where we propose it as a meeting of the committee and a public forum. which would be an opportunity for broader publics to come to that meeting, hear, again, maybe some of the other kind of ideas on some of the projects that have been proposed, so that the public can also hear some of the technical expertise about some of them, so that can advise them as well. And thereafter, narrow down the final two projects. So the goal is, as I've heard it, there are three interests that have been expressed. One is timing, one is inclusivity, and the second is inclusivity, and the third is the level of detail. So this proposal that I'm putting out there would try to deal with all three. The timing, the inclusivity, and the level of detail. So that we try to do it in a timely way, make it as inclusive as possible, and generate the level of details so that perhaps by June, there's enough detail to select the other two projects. So reactions to that. And I'm sure there's other details in there that need to be worked out. That's a pretty quick sketch, but at least it's kind of a plan for trying to move forward in a reasonably quick way, move forward where we can, be more inclusive, get the data that we need to make more detailed or a better decision. Deli?
Thank you. If I remember correctly, so we're advising the director about two other pilot projects, but she's not obligated to pick what we select. And so this is a great list of, I don't know, hundreds of things we could pick. Would it be better if we evaluation of what they are, and is it better to just make that profile of each of these and present them rather than try to get to the last two and make her pick among the broader
Well, I think that's the idea.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead. So then the May meeting would also be kind of a presentation to the director of the technical details of the proposal, or the possible pilots, that she would then be hearing. The public would then give feedback at the same time, in that same sort of forum. She would then have the benefit of the technical information shared, the public stakeholder feedback, the committee's feedback at the time. She would then have that information to then use to make a decision. She doesn't have to rely on indirect methods or us trying to capture thoughts or in written form. She'd have that direct feedback to her.
Also, we're not trying to boil this 11 down to 2.
Right. I mean, the way that it was designed is that conceivably by the next meeting, we could have 11, to whatever level of detail can be made, we could have 11 ideas on the table. But we're also keeping the window open. What I'm proposing is keeping the window open a little bit longer, to Don's point, so that if there's a broader constituency out there that wants to make some input, they have that opportunity. At the end of the day, maybe you guys do come up with, we totally agree on A and B, we don't agree on C, and there's 6 left out there that the Barbara might select from, or she might select one that's not even on that list. So the point from the beginning has been, get as much direction as we can, as broad support as we can, but no expectation that there will be consensus, and all those projects would move forward to the extent they can be well, and obviously the ones that can be better documented probably stand a better chance of moving forward in the process. Then we also want to put some overlays of the selection criteria on there, right? I mean, some of these may rise above others because they meet more of the criteria that you guys have kind of identified that are important, which is the reason for doing that. So, Ingrid.
I really appreciate this train of thought, because I really did think we were only going to be, as a group, putting forward 2 options. So I think that's great clarity that there could be multiple ones, and Barbara gets to decide. However, I do think instead of just kind of having 30 different ideas in front of the director, it would be good to have us be able at least to winnow it down and have some documented thoughts about where this group is. I don't know if this many people are really on board with it. I don't know how to do it, but somewhere in between, we get to select 2 pilot projects, and here's everything that was generated from everybody.
My suspicion is, if we can figure out how to do it, and I think we can, take what you're saying are probably the preferential criteria. A number of these, I mean, my guess is, even a number of the 11 that we have on there, you probably differentiate even amongst those, right? 3 or 4 of those would probably be lower just based on the 4 or 5 things you've identified as important. And the bigger the list, the more that will be differentiated in those columns. So I think there is a way to do what you were saying, reasonably well.
Simple nature.
Nick?
I was going to say, I think that choosing the categories is only the first step. Choosing the actual pilot project is going to be probably more contentious. We might all agree,
right,
even lead-acid batteries, in terms of what we actually have to do and what we want to mandate that the industry do, as opposed to DTSC do, would be another point of contention.
So depending on how the dynamics work out of that, if we can clarify that, hey, a good chunk of the committee believes, move forward as it is, 3 or 4 people don't agree, why not? Let's document the reasons why not. That's what goes to market, right? If all 9 of you say that makes great sense to do it just exactly like it is on paper, super. But presuming we're not, well, I don't want to presume we can't get there, but, in the likelihood that we can't, then all that information goes forward.
Just in terms of kind of backing into the timeline, I mean, if we're thinking our next meeting is going to be around the end of April, I mean, is it possible to just have, so these would be the 11 we'd be, based on today's conversation, largely be focused on, maybe a couple others get thrown into the mix, but maybe even ahead of that April meeting, make a commitment that whoever is going to push forward any particular proposals need to have something kind of put together in some form or fashion to share with the committee ahead of that meeting, so we all have the opportunity to kind of think through it, maybe make recommendations. I mean, I appreciate the opportunity to think through things ahead of on the fly in a meeting. I think there's more value that could be provided.
Yeah, which runs a little counter to your earlier interest, which is to have more time.
Well, but I mean,
totally. And so what I would suggest,
not to say it's going to be fully fleshed out or anything like that, but I think,
and that's
rather than seeing, this, I mean, today.
Right. So here's the suggestion, that for anything we're going to talk about in any meaningful way on the 20th, it has to come to DTSC a week ahead, so it can go out to everybody a week ahead. So any of these 11 or any other ideas you come up with, if you can fill out this template in enough detail to present the idea by, let's just say, the 13th of April, which is a little more than 2 weeks. The open period, however, can remain longer than that in case there are other ideas that your constituents are developing that may not be able to be ready by then, right? And then they can be into that next meeting, so that then that becomes kind of the final meeting where ideas are put on the table so that we can kind of move this forward. So it kind of meets both of the, a little more time, but give everybody that time to review these. So if everybody agrees to that, then why don't we just say April 13th is when we need any iterations of these 11, or what some other idea you may come up with that you want to present in the format of this template. With, as Eric was saying, as much detail as you can. Great if you can put as much detail as Cynthia, but probably if you haven't been thinking about this a lot, you may not be able to.
23 years.
And put in as much as you can, because obviously the better you can explain it, the better discussion we'll have.
At a minimum, it's kind of a scoping. How do you see a pilot in that issue? Because the 11 topic areas are as broad as what we just talked about, lead-acid batteries. They could go in any different direction. So if you have in your mind you suggested it to a particular facet of your project description that you had in mind when you suggested it, that can at least give us something to begin to kind of form a nucleus of the presentation around.
Which raises an interesting question about then the 3 that were listed there under batteries, those kind of 3 general topics, who might, put a template together to elucidate any of those if people think those make sense. And we do want to allow time for David, so this might be a good segue into that. So if you would come up, David, and then we'll come back to the remaining questions people have after that. But I suggest you sit here at the table somewhere so you can speak to the mic so that on the podcast.
Appreciate that. It's a good place.
Yeah,
Is that right? I don't know if there's anybody listening on.
There's a table mic right next to you.
Oh, okay, oh, good, thank you. Well, first of all, my name is Dave Weinberg. I have worked with the Battery Council for many years, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today. I don't have a prepared presentation, so I will apologize in advance for that. I'll try to address a handful of the issues I've heard discussed today and see if we can help move this ball forward. My client, the Battery Council International, is made up of the 26 North American companies that produce lead-acid batteries, a number of foreign companies that produce lead-acid batteries that are sold into the United States, the approximately a dozen secondary smelters that currently exist in the United States, and something like 100 and some odd companies that are service companies to those folks who make everything from battery cases and parts to retailers who sell batteries and the like. We appreciate the opportunity to visit with you today. We are supportive of making sure that you get the information you want and need, because we think, frankly, that when you're well informed, some of your decisions may be different than some of the prejudgments or orientations that some of you have. And I will say, one of the things I've observed today, and I very much appreciate, and I'm sure my clients will appreciate, was the recognition among most folks in this group that you don't know very much about some of these issues, and it's important to get the facts. And we respect that and want to help you do get those facts. I'm going to give you a handful by way of an introduction to what perhaps we can, I hope we can arrange for the 20th of April for a further presentation. I always have to check with the right people and see if they're available. But there are about 32 million vehicles on the road in California right now. There are about 2 million vehicles registered every year, slightly less than 2 million vehicles. The ones that are being registered today, about 10% of them are either hybrid or electric vehicles, so 90% of them are what we refer to as internal combustion engines. I'm including light trucks in that number. One of the members of the committee was quite correct to say that lead-acid batteries are also used for many other things. They are, for example, the backup power in most of your homes where you've got a FiOS kind of internet connection. They are the backup power for most cell phone towers. They are used industrially as the principal power source for things like front loaders and warehouse equipment. They are used for golf carts and various other wheelchairs, other devices that people ride in of that sort. Every car in California has a lead-acid battery in it. And I include in that the hybrids and the electric vehicles. Even cars that rely on other technologies for their principal mode of power rely on a lead-acid battery to run all the subsidiary stuff that we have in our vehicles these days. I want to go over your criteria there in a minute, but I just want to make one other point. California has been a leader, but not as aggressive as Europe, in promoting higher mileages for vehicles and reducing the carbon footprint that comes out of vehicles, the CO2 emissions of vehicles. And the result has been that there has been more progress made in Europe than in the United States on some of the new technologies to reach those goals. The principal technology for reaching those goals that is now in use is called stop-start. Stop-start means your car stops. The engine turns off every time the car stops. In Europe,
where the mileage goals are about 20% higher, more aggressive than the U.S. goals. The Europeans think that by 2020, 45% of the vehicles are going to be internal combustion engines, almost all of which, the new ones, will have stop-start technology, most of which will have a second lead battery in them to make that feasible. The remaining batteries, the remaining vehicles, the majority of them are going to be what are called micro-hybrids. Hybrids that rely on batteries for some things and small engines. 80% of those are going to use lead batteries. The result is there's going to be a 5 to 10% reduction in CO2 emissions in Europe as a result of that. Now, it is true that there are other technologies around, and somebody made point to this before. The lithium-ion battery technology is a good technology, but it has some limitations. It doesn't deliver, without some major manipulations, the kind of power you need to start a vehicle. It is not a 12-volt system, which is what all auto parts are designed around. All the components are designed around. So it can't run the clock and the radio and all the rest of the stuff that we have in vehicles these days. And to make a lithium-ion battery do that, you need some very sophisticated power management programs and systems so that you don't have a whole bunch of cars blowing up like hoverboards. Now, I'm not saying it can't be done. It may be doable. Today, there are a handful of companies that are promoting lithium-ion starter batteries for vehicles. Porsche offers one. If you buy a $150,000 Porsche, they will give you 2 batteries. A lead-acid battery to use in the winter and a lithium-ion battery to use in the summer, because the lithium-ion battery doesn't work when it gets too cold. Someday that may change, but that's the state of the technology. So we'll be happy to talk more about that and about the relevance. The groups that are interested in this are not going to be just the automotive manufacturers and the automotive retailers, but all the distributors of products. If you told the automotive manufacturers today you have to replace all your lead-acid batteries, they would tell you they couldn't do it for a dozen years. Because they have to redesign all the vehicle. You can't simply do a drop-in. What do we know about lead-acid batteries? I'm trying to read that list. My eyes may not be clear. High-volume waste. Okay.
We don't have time to go through all of that.
I'm going to get you from the 5s,
okay.
the 4 5s, if you will.
Yeah,
Okay?
we have about 5 more minutes.
That's fine. Thank you. I'm used to having a little red light in front of me. So.
I'll be your red light.
There is next to no waste that comes out of lead-acid battery manufacturing, and very little that comes out of the remaining secondary smelter in California. You should check with the South Coast Air Quality Monitoring District, which has imposed restrictions on not only the battery not only the Sacramento facility, but the battery manufacturers there have studied in great length the emissions from those. On the DTSC list of air emissions in California, battery manufacturers ranked 41st last year. Airplanes coming from private aviation, where they still use leaded gas, ranked first. Refineries and some other big industrial facilities and some big shredders. I'm talking about LA now because that's where I was focused in the LA area, are higher than anybody else. Quemetco's somewhere in the middle between that 1 and 40. I don't know exactly sitting here today. So if you are looking at reducing high volume waste from current operations going on in California, lead-acid batteries have nothing to do with it. If you are looking at reducing high toxicity waste, since there is no solid waste, very little, no air emissions to speak of, lead-acid batteries have nothing to do with it. If you're looking at source elimination and reduction, I suppose it depends what you're talking about. You're talking about source elimination and reduction. If there aren't any wastes, there's not a whole lot of source elimination and reduction to be done. Approximately 100% of the lead acid batteries disposed of in the United States every year are recycled. The lead in the lead acid batteries. That includes every single type of battery. I can tell you that because the data has been kept by BCI for the last 20 years, 30 years almost. US EPA has recognized it as the most effective recycling program in the world. The same numbers are reached in Europe. And the reason is that it is a closed loop system that exists economically. So we're not going to increase recycling. And if we put a fee on top of those batteries, car batteries last 3 to 5 years, depends on how hot it gets, how cold it gets. But you are putting a regressive fee on the people in California who own older cars, who tend to be the folks who have less income to begin with. The last point there is economic feasibility. I will tell you that there used to be 50 smelters in the United States in 1974. There are now a dozen. The reason is you can only safely recycle car batteries, lead batteries, if you do it on an industrial scale and do it well. And I know there have been problems in Vernon, and I'm not going to make excuses for them, and if I lived in that area, I would understand. And I would have concerns about that. But that is not the case in most smelters, and it is certainly not the case in the Quinetco facility as it exists today. So we will address these criteria and others when we get a chance to do it. I would venture to say, in conclusion, that but for a press release that Governor Brown sent out on the 17th of February, I doubt that you would have considered lead batteries as a target for a, quote, pilot program in this program. I've read over the last year and a half the development of this program and the criteria. This is not what you were talking about. Your communities have some important things to worry about. I'm not suggesting otherwise, either those who are worried about lead contamination or those who are concerned about other kinds of contamination. But we urge you to keep an open mind, get the information that will be made available to you, let us answer questions, we'll be very happy to do that, and decide whether this really is the program where it makes any sense to worry about lead acid batteries. If it does, if ultimately DTSC decides that's what they want to do, we're going to work with DTSC one way or another. But I would just urge you to keep an open mind and gather the facts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments, and yeah, we'll definitely talk about what might be appropriate for the April 20th meeting from the battery industry, and so thank you for that. I see lots of comments. I don't know if we have a lot of time, but if you want to make very quick comments, we'll just start with Nick and work around. And,
Sure. This might just be a question for the next meeting, but I'd like to know more about the different smelters and the emissions from different smelters, and are there good models that we could point to? Can we help support more recycling of lead acid batteries in a safe way, and what that looks like economically or regulatorily?
No problem. Very happy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dylan.
10 million people in the world are sickened by lead from lead acid batteries. If the excise thing hadn't happened in California or the US, we would not know or appreciate the plight of all these people in South America, in Africa, in Asia. This is not just an American problem. It's a global problem, and we need to get rid of it. We heard the same arguments about lead in gasoline for 100 years. We don't need it.
20 years, actually.
Yeah, more than 100 years.
No,
I feel like corporation is still there, spewing the same issues. We can't do that anymore.
Dr. Ogasayan, I know you're not one of the people that is going to listen to what we have to say with an open mind, but I respect
I have a very open mind, but we need to think about
your view. I think the important thing to keep in mind is not what was historically done in some parts of the world, much worse than in the United States, but what you are doing prospectively and the challenges that you have to deal with. And ultimately, society may decide that you're going to do away with this battery chemistry and replace some other battery chemistry with some other battery chemistry. I'm not here to make that argument. I just want to make sure that people recognize what the facts are and evaluate it fairly as you go through your exercise.
Very good. Virginia?
Yeah, I think for the February 20th meeting, so I would love to see your opinion of best management practices and how we can avoid some of the pollution that has happened from these existing things. Maybe with the help of you, we could come up with a model of the ideal recycling plant and how to prevent any of these EJ systems again, situations again.
I think it's a very good point, if I may just say. Oh, I'm sorry. Please.
I also, I hear you on the alternatives and the problems with some alternatives, but I'd also like to get the latest in, is Europe or anybody else looking at something besides a lead acid battery, and are the alternatives not worth it? Do we have problems with those? Is anybody looking at alternatives assessments elsewhere in the world? I mean, I hear we have the low temperature issue. I agree with all of that. And I understand chemistry pretty well. But I would like to know, I don't want to give up quite yet, but I would like to know what's been vetted, what assessments you've looked at that this is still the ideal thing.
Fair, very fair
Thank you.
Yes, we do that. And on the, I'm sorry, what was the first of your points? I started to answer.
I really BMPs on how.
On BMPs, I would urge, in advance of the meeting, if you look at the South Coast Air Quality Monitoring District Rule 1420.1, which sets forth the operating standards for secondary, that is an ideal location. Now, Exide couldn't meet that standard.
I'm also looking at other drivers, not just air. Any other recycling, does DTSC have other BMPs out there? I'm really just looking for the whole picture. Is there any water agency that is giving you BMPs as well?
There's no little water that leaves any of these plants.
Okay, thank you. Ingrid?
Yeah, 2 questions again for next time. One, you talked about, the number of vehicles that need batteries, including hybrids and whatnot. Has there been any thought of extending the time that batteries are used? For example, I'm assuming that if hybrids, may be able to last longer because they're not used at the same level that they are in regular cars. So interested in that as a thought. And then secondly, you talked about the limitations of other technology, and I just wonder how much investment has been put into finding alternatives. And so, if you're not looking for if you're not looking for something, you're probably not going to find it. So I want to make sure that that's not leading the way for not looking to improve things.
I'll give you 3 sentences to answer and keep counting.
Were you done?
Not really.
And
then finally, just really quickly, wanted to note that communities do live near Quimeco. They have had lots of problems. They've reported lots of problems and contamination at the site. And so I would caution you in using Quimeco as a success story. And I do plan on coming back with more information on the problems that Quimeco is causing for those
communities. And all I would ask
communities.
on that is you try to identify when that contamination occurred.
Cynthia?
Wow, really? This is very disturbing. I feel like that was a lot of propaganda, and I really don't like that. I think we may not be experts on everything, but we're certainly not a bunch of onion heads that don't know what's going on. And I think that, if we're going to have more of this, then we need to have more of folks like Angela Johnson-Lazarus who made sure that Quimeco came up to the standard it is today. And to simply say, let's not look at the past, let's look where we're at now. If you don't learn from the past, then you're going to be doomed to repeat it. And so, that was a little much for me at the end of the day, just to be blunt about it. And that's all I don't need any back.
I do have a response that I will tell you to answer.
No, don't.
No, I'm not going to tell you anything.
You tell her standpoint, you tell her whatever you like.
The batteries last twice as long now as they did 20 years ago. They use half as much lead.
Well, we appreciate you sharing some perspectives, and we'll, as I say, we'll look for how to create a dialogue around this. And so we have a couple pieces of business to do and to finish up, and that is to look at April the 20th. Do we have our meeting space confirmed for that, Hazardous?
So, April 20th, we have our space. We're still trying to get here, but April 20th. What we will have reserved is the Water Region 5 building, a couple miles down. It's like 5 minutes further down 50. That is the kind of go-to space right now that we have confirmed. The meeting space is a little more tricky. It's not conducive to more discussion like this. But we'll have to get back to you on the exact location because we are still trying to get this space, but that remains to be seen. But we have a location. So, but we'll, as soon as we confirm, we'll let you know.
Sounds good, and we'll make that meeting work one way or the other. We've seen the picture of it. We think we can make the back part of the room adapted to what we need, but we'll make sure it's conducive to a good conversation. Part of the room, we think, is set up like a board.
Yeah, very board.
Not so conducive. Okay, thank you, Lazar, appreciate it. Pardon? So, so what we're going to do from here is we'll have a meeting summary out soon. We'll detail kind of a new timeline, the way to kind of balance the timing, inclusivity, and detail needed to make good decisions, right? So we'll have more comments and get that out to you soon. We set April 13th as a deadline for the templates for any kind of projects you want to have in the discussion on the 20th. And I think those are the main things. Did I miss anything? We will be in communication, though, with you very soon with any follow-up and all these things. And we'll modify the templates, those kinds of things. One other piece of business, we did make corrections to the operating protocols, operating guidelines. Just want to make sure that people saw those and also confirm that they adequately and accurately represent what we discussed, or if you have any comments that we missed something. Has anybody had a chance to look at them?
No.
I skimmed them, but I didn't compare them to them.
I think we got everything. Just look at them. Okay, good. Okay, Cynthia read them, so we know that research has been done and we're all moving forward.
I've got to them very much later.
If by some reason you look at them and make them miss something, just let us know. Anything else before we close? Thank you all for a great day of conversation.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah, Rick, Paula, any follow-up? Oh, the evaluation. So yes, so as we did our little what worked, what didn't work for the meeting day, is there anything you'd like to comment on, either worked really well for you or that you'd like to see the next time? Nick?
I participate in a lot of work groups, and this is some of the best facilitation I've ever seen, so thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate your time comments. Thank you very much.
So we already discussed that, providing
Okay. Good. Okay. Anything else? Thank you all very much. Have a great week. See you soon.